Alright, bear with me. Gonna talk to you about the number 7 energies of 2023. There's gonna be a lot of stuff here that I'm gonna show you pertaining to Pisces energies and you know, a little bit of the Mercury, Virgo, Gemini energies also, but mostly Neptune, Pisces. Pisces is water sign, and here you have a symbol of the sun, which is interesting that the AI art actually chose that. I did not ask it to do that. I just put in a bunch of keywords pertaining to what I think the year is related to, and it gave me this. Actually, it gave me this plus some other images that contain some nudity, which I did not ask for. So, yeah, let me just hit this here. So, oh man, this is like the 50 billionth time I tried to record this video today. Alright, so hold on. You see what I do for all of you? Alright. No, I'm just joking. I don't want to be savior complex and whatever. That'd be on the negative side of that Pisces energy. You know, Pisces could be victim complex, savior complex sometimes. So I'm not going to do that. All right, guys. This is gonna be a really difficult video for me to make. If you appreciate it, then head over to my website, potentnews.com. If you click the donate button at the top there, it'll bring you to this page where you can click the PayPal donate button and then donate via PayPal. Also, another way you can contribute to supporting my work is that you purchase a tarot reading or an astrology reading. So I'm a pretty good tarot reader, and I've done a lot of readings, actually, like 130 or 150, something like that. I kept track. Most of those were like an hour long, sometimes 2 or 3 hours, sometimes less. So, you know, I'm good at that. Or purchase an astrology reading. Right now, if I wasn't going through the energies of the 2023 for you, I would be more focused on this upcoming new moon. Well, here's the current chart, or here's the current chart. Upcoming new moon is this. So I'm gonna have to not go deep, right? This whole video is about the number 7, and isn't it interesting that Venus in Scorpio, which is making me go deep, because I got a shitload of Scorpio energy. My Sun, my Pluto, my South Node, my Saturn is all in Scorpio in my natal chart. So right now I have a lot of Scorpio energy that I can draw upon, and but the thing is, it's opposite to this Jupiter here. You can see this nice big kite pattern. It's opposite to what's going on in Jupiter, and there's also an annoying yod here, so there might be a snapback effect later if we don't stay too practical. But so that's why it's going to be less is more for this video. So if you appreciate it, like I said, go donate, because the other day I tried to record this video and I ended up putting way too much. It ended up being a 4.5 hour long video, and I'm not going to do that to you. So so I'm going to try to go quick this time. It's a tense time right now with this GCP dot. And yeah, I do want to make the best of this, because for me, I'm on a number 9 personal month, meaning I want to wrap things up. And let me just double check that. Yeah, it is number 9. Sometimes my memory is so horrible, but so that's the end of a cycle. So I'm trying to complete something. I've been grabbing these examples all throughout the year of the examples of the number 7 energy. Didn't know when I would be releasing it. At first I wanted to talk about it right away. Maybe I did say a few things here and there on Twitter or Instagram, whatever, about it, but this video really should drive it home how much of a lack of boundaries there was throughout this year. Now, this music is making me talk too loud here, and I got the fucking pasties, so let me just have some more fucking coffee here. One sec. Yeah, I love all these people who say, like, oh, you talk a little aggressive, how could you be spiritual? Well, my Mars sextiles, my Mars has sexual relations with my Mercury in my natal chart. So sometimes, in order to get the ball moving, I get the ball rolling, I have to, be drawing on that Mars energy. So, alright, so how do I want to, what do I want to say right now about this? So yeah, it's synchronous that Venus is in the 7th degree, right? Here we also have mean Lilith in the 7th degree. Venus is, your beauty and harmony and things you're attracted to, and what gives you tranquility and that kind of thing. Rules Taurus. So the fact that it's opposite to Jupiter in Taurus is interesting. We also got it rules Libra, and that is the South Node, as you can see here, and that's analogous to what is in Benjamin Netanyahu's natal chart. So, in other words, if somebody was born around now or the last few months, 6 months or so, they would have the same North Node, South Node challenges as Netanyahu. In other words, the next the 18 months or so after July 17th is what was I saying? Oh yeah, so the 18 months after July 17th is when Aries energies are called for. Obviously, Netanyahu's not doing his Aries energy properly. And this whole lack of boundaries component of everything, where everything is merging this year, almost makes me feel like we're living in his world, like that kind of thing. So it's kind of weird. And I don't want to say too much about all that before I get into the meat of the matter. So one thing I will say is, he is a life path 9. 9 is connected to Mars and Pluto, and Mars rules Aries, which is about war. So war energies are kind of permeating through his life path number too. There's a lot of other things that are life path 9. Even the War Measures Act, which became the Emergencies Act, was life path. Okay, I'm not going to go off on the 9 here. Otherwise, this is going to be another 4.5-hour video like the other day when I tried to do that, when I tried to make this video and I failed. So the point is, though, that what was the point? Well, hold on. We're talking about the lack of boundaries and interconnectedness of everything. Oh yeah, this is what I wanted to show. This is what I want to show, is that right when we got to this point that I just showed you, the July 17th true node entering Taurus, or mean node was the 12th of July, and both of those numbers play into this a lot. Like, the 12 is the 12th sign, like Pisces. So that's most of the tone of the whole year, even though it might not feel like that, because a lot of what we're focused on now is like the genocide and the Israel-Palestine-Hamas thing. So it might not feel like that, but even that genocide thing, it started in a month that was a universal month 8, and so if you take October, which is when this started, and you add that to the year, a reduced version of the year, no matter how you slice it, it'll give you 8. But if you take that 10, which is the month of the number, and you reduce that to 1 plus 0, which is 1, and you take the 2023 and you add those together, 2 plus 0 plus 2 plus 3, you get 7. That gives you a 1 and a 7. So that the fact that this this conflict, quote unquote, started on a month that had 17 in it is interesting. Also, the fact that the attack itself, the Hamas attack itself, and I believe Netanyahu's chart also includes some 17 prominent stuff in there. So let's take just really a cursory overview real quick here. Let me see. It's probably better to do it in here. So yeah, Chiron, right? So here we go. 17-degree Chiron, right? Chiron's the wounded healer. The position it's at here is like, really close to that North Node Aries. A lot of the number 18 is war. 1 plus 8 is 9, just like we said, Netanyahu's life path 9. But if you look at the Chaldean definition of 18, it includes war and materialism and making money through wars and by wars and all this stuff. Also, the 18th tarot card is the moon, and that's connected to Pisces energy. But the moon here also in this chart, you can see it completes this gigantic square here, this grand cross. Cardinal grand cross. Cardinal meaning like Aries, Capricorn, Libra, and Cancer. They're the ones that start things. Aries starts the springtime, for example. So isn't it interesting? I mean, the moon moves pretty fast. It changes signs every 3 days. But the fact that right at the breaking point of this whole thing, 6:30 a.m. October 7th, you had it completing a fixed grand cross, or not fixed. I have a fixed grand cross in my natal chart, but you see it in this cardinal grand cross. That's interesting. And I brought up the 17. I was going to show you other examples of that, right? And of course, there's many more things you could say about this chart. I don't have time to get into it, but just to show you to rewind a bit, so we're on track here. The 17. And while we're at it, look, 13-degree Jupiter, 13-degree Sun. So they're like quincunxing each other here. So basically, that 13th degree is a Aries degree. I don't know if I know my talking style right now is way too Gemini or like way too all over the place, but trust me, I'll wrap it up here. I just need to drink some more coffee. It'll make sense in the end. Okay. So I don't know yet if I've described to you guys in this video yet how the degrees they turn into signs, or they are signs, because I've tried to record this video so many times today. But okay, so if you pretend the first 12 degrees are the first 12 zodiac signs, then the 13th degree would then be analogous to the 13th sign, the first sign again, right? So here's a zodiac chart. Let's say Aries is the first one, and you're going around, and then you would get to the Pisces, which is the 12th, and then the 13th one will be Aries again. So if you keep using that kind of system to go assign the names of the signs to the degrees, you'll find that the as I said, 13th degree is Aries. That would make the 14th degree Taurus. That would make the 24th degree Pisces. So that's half the reason why I think it's interesting that I'm releasing this video now, because here you can see the retrograde planets. That's when they're not doing their thing properly. Neptune just got out of retrograde on December 6th, and when it did so, it was in the 24th degree, in a Pisces degree. Interesting, right? Because Neptune rules Pisces, and it happens to be in a Pisces degree. You might be like, well, how long does it stay in that Pisces degree? Well, here we go. This is November, so it was already in that Pisces degree by the 17th. There's that number again. So, but this is the 00 universal time. So that's I don't know if that would have been the 17th for me, but regardless. Okay, so you see, it's already settled into that 24th degree for the second half of November, and then in December, most of December is that 24th degree. Now, so you can get a feel for how fast this planet is moving now at this time, and so it's kind of a interesting coincidence then that it stops going retrograde at that degree. And I'm giving you this video, right? It's an overview of the year. We haven't. How long have I been here? In like freaking 16 minutes, and I haven't even gotten to the examples of this number 7 energy in this year. For fuck's sake. I'm not gonna make another 4.5 hour long video. I'm not gonna do that. It's gonna be like a Taurus. I gotta be like a Taurus. All right, that's my North Node. Even if it is in, even if that North Node is in a Scorpio degree for me, I believe, if I remember correctly, it's in like a Scorpio degree if it's Mead Node or some shit, or and ninth degree Sagittarius degree if it's not. Either way, it's in the 9th house. So either way, I want to do this higher education shit. I'm not satisfied unless I go deep. Part of me really wants to go deep, but it's not practical. Alright, I recently got these new glass screens, or not screens, glass filters. Weird stuff. Weird stuff, weird stuff. But you know, even that stuff is like, it speaks to, I don't know how long these have been around, but at least to me anyway, it speaks to the innovation that's happening. You know, if you understand the excuse me. Alright, and let me stick this Triskelion that I made. It was charging my drink, and now let's put it in that solar plexus chakra area-ish so that I can have enough life force energy to do this video. Alright, like I talk fucked up and all this, that's my Chiron in Gemini. But that same Chiron in Gemini, in my 10th house, there is gonna let me tell you stuff that other people are not gonna show you. So let me get to that now. So what was I saying here? Yeah. So I was talking about the fact that Neptune, which is about illusion and delusion and compassion and imagination and fantasy, is what 2023 is all about, more or less. And that seems to be confirmed by the fact that near the time that we get to the long-term plan is starting to give us a little bit of a break in terms of how foggy everything is for the long term. Once we get to that, it appears that this planet that we're focusing on, Neptune, happens to be in a degree that is pertaining to the sign it rules. So the other thing I want to say, actually, yeah, before I even get into that, like, what was I saying here? Hold on, let me hit this. The other thing that I wanted to say earlier, when I was focusing on, I'm talking about this Hamas attack here, and Netanyahu's chart and all that. Here's a chart for the Hamas attack again. Like we said, 17 degree Chiron, right? What's that? It's a Leo degree, right? What's the 13th degree? Aries degree, right? That's like war. So here we get again, 13th degree of Jupiter. What's Jupiter? It rules Sagittarius, which is about religion, among other things. But like they're interested in religion, so that's the religious component kind of this war, or if you want to call it a war, whatever. You got Lilith at the 25th degree. That's an Aries degree. That's true Lilith, the one that bounces all over the place. That is at the 25th degree, conjunct the Venus, which is opposing Saturn. So that opposition alone, and Saturn at another Aries degree, the first degree, that opposition alone highlights how important Saturn is pertaining to these number 7 energies, right? 2023 is 2 plus 0 plus 2 plus 3, which is 7, which is Neptune and Mercury. Neptune rules Pisces. Saturn moves into Pisces on March 7th. And then I mentioned before this stuff, like when Saturn later went retrograde, it was on the 7th degree. See, right here, 7 degrees. On June 17th, there's that number again. Okay? Now, where else do we see this number, right? I showed you here the Hamas attack thing. You got that. By the way, I was focusing on the 18 earlier because you might ask, like, okay, 17 degree Chiron. Okay, it's like, okay, Amir, you're saying it's 17 degree, but how long, how many days does it stay in that? Okay, well, let's take a look. Let's take a look at that chart here again. This is the ephemeris chart. Let's go back to October. Here we got October 7th. Excuse me. Now, if you have followed some of the other stuff I put out, you'll have seen that I quoted before. I forget where it was. Someone had noticed that the 18th degree and the 22nd degree. You know, we got a Virgo degree, that's 18, and 22nd is Capricorn. Capricorn is like the CEO, got power in the physical world. Virgo is about, we mentioned the 18th tarot card earlier already, and Virgo itself is about health and the specifics and all that shit. But the point is, a lot of major world events occurred on with having a lot of 18 and 22 at the same time. And so I got the wrong freaking source here because I don't know if I just copy and pasted it wrong or whatever, but or if it screwed up when I updated the software and did the data migration. But I don't know what's going on. But that's why Mercury retrograde is approaching on fucking goddamn the 13th of December in a Scorpio degree. We're already feeling it though ever since I think November 25th. So bear with me here. I got a lot of Mercury energy in my chart too, so that's gonna affect me. But what did I want to say here? Hold on. God damn it! I don't want to get up and make some freaking tea. This is too much to get through. Hold on. If the Pisces get too bad, I'm gonna have to go get some water. I'm gonna have to get the fuck up off my ass and get some fucking water. These fucking these glass filters. What the fuck? What the fuck, man? Because they put like 2 things in them, 2 little notches. It's not enough. Make like 3 or 4. Otherwise, you end up like inhaling some little bits of weed and shit. You don't want to do that. I'm having to like lean down just so that the gravity keeps us down. It's ridiculous. All right, bear with me here. Actually, it is approaching a really good part. It is approaching a really good part of the song. So let's hear this a tiny bit more. All right. So yeah, I don't know why I said investment watch blog or whatever. That's got nothing to do with where this came from. It was not the right URL. But you know, here it says it's according. The quote is, it's according to this guy Nikola Stojanovich's degree theory. So there's the shit on that. If you want to pause this and read that, whatever. But essentially, I'm trying to show you that if you look at that Hamas attack and it had the 17-degree Chiron, and you're like, okay, well, how long does it stay there? Where's that fucking thing? There we go. Then you say, okay, here's October, here's the 17-degree. Hold on. 17. Yeah, so here's this. We said this is the 7th, October. Why did it unhighlight it? Hold on. Alright, so as you can see here, these are the days in the month, and what's above is the planets and Chiron, whatever you want to call Chiron. So that's in the 17th degree, but you can see that as early as around the 4th, you know, it was already had been in the 18th degree for a while. And so let's bring it back to September even, and see how long it was in the 18th degree there. Yeah, it's like most of that time. So you could almost say that, and it's going backwards. It's retrograde at that point. And there's so many more things I want to say about this. Like Chiron and Venus, I believe, went retrograde really soon after the Aries Libra nodal axis shift. So that itself put a kind of a lid on the energies that we were all called to pay attention to at that time, which is kind of annoying. But you could see that Chiron was in the 18th degree for a while. And so the thing about that is a lot of events such as the Hiroshima and Nagasaki atomic bomb, the Chernobyl explosion, and the 9/11 terrorist attacks, and the Indian Ocean earthquake and tsunami in 2004. These were all things that apparently had a lot of the 18 and 22. Says here, this repeating pattern is that when something happens which affects millions of people, at least 2 planets are either in the 18 and 22 degree. So I've said that before, or I've quoted this before, but it's interesting to see not only a bunch of 18 degree shit there from Chiron, the wounded healer, right? We're all wounded at being assertive or aggressive, and then all of a sudden we get to this neurotic Virgo 18 degree shit. Like, I've literally been injured on the 18th. Like, one time, and from the elements too, like from like it being really windy that day and shit. That is exactly what the Chaldean numerology says about the number 18. So let me get to that right here. Right here we can see from professionalnumerology.com, right there. So it's basically, they're talking, it's a lot of it is analogous to the 18th tarot card, the moon. But so materialism, striving to destroy the spiritual side of nature, bitter quarrels, family quarrels, war, social upheavals, revolutions, and in some cases making money and position through wars or by wars. Or that says thorough, that might be a typo. Treachery, deception by others, danger from the elements, such as storms, danger from water, fires, explosions, etc. Not only that, there's another time when I got injured in a bicycle accident, and that was on the 9th day. I believe it was also like the end of the 29th degree of Venus being in his home sign at that time. But, you know, 1 + 8 is 9, so it's interesting that I had a bicycle accident on the 9th, and I got injured from a door from wind on the freaking 18th. So what I'm telling you is not just from research, it's from literal life experience. And what I wanted to say earlier in this video is the following. Two things, okay? One thing is around that time, around the time that we entered this approximately 18-month cycle of the Aries Libra nodal axis shift, which I said got subdued shortly afterwards, around that time, I saw this. And here you see a freaking... This is just an advertisement. Oh, man, I gotta get the fucking water right now. I can't even talk. This weed's too effective. Hold on. Point is, before I get the water, this is the kind of stuff being sold as a lamp. Like, when have you ever seen a lamp that's like a mushroom cloud explosion kind of thing like this? And yet, around the time of that we entered this Aries Libra nodal axis shift, which is emphasizing Aries energy, we see this. Now, some people use the word bulldozing for the negative side of Aries energy as a metaphor, but when you look at the Gaza thing, like that literally was. And hold on, just to make sure that. Yeah, just to make sure that you see that this is a lamp that was actually sold. Here's $47. The 47 is analogous to the 38 and the 29, according to the Chaldean numerology. They all sum to 11. 4 + 7 is 11. And the 29th degree is a Leo degree. Now, this whole conflict flared up at the end of Venus in Leo. And here, you might not think that means anything, but like if you look at this graph again, or this whatever, of which planets are retrograde throughout the year, you see Venus, which is right here, is only retrograde like briefly, like 42 days or something like that. When it got to Sorry, I might have said earlier that this conflict flared up at the end of the Venus retrograde, but technically it was the end of Venus in Leo. I don't know what I said earlier, but this is the retrograde period. But if we look at all the planets here, and we say Venus, this is kind of throughout the whole year. Venus entered Leo June 5th. You can see here all the other times in 2023 when it's changed signs, right? Anything that's highlighted in purple here is when it's changing signs. This website is AstroSeek, very useful. But then you get to June 5th when it enters Leo, and then it doesn't change signs for fucking ever. Until when? Until October 8th. That's technically when Israel, I think, declared war on Palestine. So I know October 7th, Netanyahu tweeted, "We are at war." So you can debate about when it was. I'm not 100% sure that it was the October 8th that the war was declared. Either way, point is, it was at the conclusion of the Leo energies. Okay? And 17th degree is a Leo degree. And this whole October was a number 17 universal month. Or at least you could say, I don't know if it was number 17 universal month, but like I showed you, hold on, where the hell was this? Right here, universal month. See, that's 1. That's for now. But if I go to October, yeah. So I don't know if they call this a compound number or whatever. Like, I'm not an expert in numerology, but you get that, like I said, the 1 from the October, which was 10, and the 7 from the 2023, and that gives you that 17. You also had, by the way, a lot of movie stars come together and speak out against the genocide. I don't know what their group was called or whatever, but that happened. You also have you also have, what else did I want to say? Hold on, because there's too many things. Like, this is why my video took forever the other day. Fuck. Let me make sure it's recording at least here. How loud is this music right now? Okay, you can hear me. All right. Let me turn it down a bit though. Tiny bit. Not that much. Okay. So, one sec. Yeah. All right. I'm bouncing around way too much over here. I haven't even showed you the other instances of the 17, right? Lilith is wildness. People are saying, okay, well, the Hamas attack was wild or whatever. But it's interesting that this Lilith was, like I said before, really close to that Venus in Leo. And I told you that Venus stayed in this freaking Leo extra long. So even at the start of the Venus retrograde, see, that's why it stayed in Leo extra long, because it got to the end, almost the end of Leo, and then it went retrograde. So if it went retrograde like shortly after it entered Leo, that would have been a different story. That would have been like, okay, it went back to Cancer for a while, then went back to Leo when it's going forward again. But no, this time when it's rewinding there with that retrograde, it's just making you have a shitload of Leo forever. Okay? And that is why I guess here we have some movie called Leo. Like, I have not seen this movie. I know Bill Burr is in it, but I came across this when I was watching Netflix the other day. It had a weird ass, a different picture than this, but that's interesting that you have this throughout all this. Also, you could say the supernova festival itself, which was a prominent feature of this Hamas attack in this Operation Alexa Storm, that was called supernova, the festival, right? How the Hamas attack on the supernova festival in Israel unfolded. So what's a supernova? It's like an exploding star, I believe. So there you, and Leo is ruled by the sun, which is a star. So that's why I'm saying this. See, you see all this stuff. You might think at first glance, okay, why is Amir pointing so much attention to the Leo energies? Well, don't worry. I'm going to get to the lack of boundaries Pisces energies. Yeah? How long is 40 minutes? I got to get to that soon. But I cannot separate these things. Right? I have to show you that this movie came out there. I have to show you that eventually, or around the time also of this was July 4th. So in terms of the retrogrades, like where are we here? Where's those retrogrades? Where's those retrogrades? Yeah, July right here. So even as we approached this Leo, and why am I saying Leo? This is connected to children, right? Like I said, Leo likes to have fun. They like to be the life of the party. They live the longest. I'm gonna have to get that water soon. They live the longest. Of course, also the Supernova Festival. Like any festival is going to be attracting kind of like younger type of people. So there's that component of it too. Like I said, Leo likes to party. Festival is partying, and then also this movie. Right, this movie about child trafficking. Other observers have noted that that's also connected to Leo. Okay, but if you look at the numerical value of the word "sound of freedom," you get a value of 70, which is 7 plus 0, which is 7. So even that ties it to the number 7 energies. And so what do I mean by that? Like people who have seen my Amir's Gematria Adventures video series will understand what I mean by that. But hold on, let me make sure this video is not blocking that alphabet. A little smaller there. I'll move this so I can. Okay, all right. So, whoops. Did it do it properly? Okay. All right. So here you see the full reduction cipher, right? This is just the alphabet, and you attach each number in the alphabet. I mean, you attach each letter in the alphabet to a number. And you go up to 1 to 9. And then the 10th one would be 1 plus 0, because that's what 10 is. So that would be a 1 again. And 11 would be a 2, and so on and so forth. If you use that system, the Pythagorean numerology system, to get, I believe it's called the destiny number. Hold on, where's my numerology stuff here? Where's the numerology? The destiny number, aka expression number, which is the vowels and the consonants together, you get a value of 70. So take the number for S and the number for O, the number for U, so on and so forth, add them all together, you get 70. So that's from Pythagorean numerology, and Pythagorean numerology would connect that 7 to Neptune. Okay? So, and what is this documentary about? It's about things happening in secret. Like a child trafficking ring is going to be like a clandestine kind of thing. It's like behind the scenes kind of thing. That is what Pisces energy is. That is, and that's why you cannot look at what I'm saying in black and white. I'm sitting here telling you that due to my Sagittarius energy with my Mercury in Sagittarius and my Uranus in Sagittarius, at age 38 now, I'm seeing more of the value of stopping seeing things in black and white. So it's not that Pisces energy is about this stuff. What it is about is mysticism and interconnectedness. So that can be used or misused, right? If you're not grounded, you're going to misuse that shit. You just got to thank the fact that Saturn, which is about being grounded, entered Pisces March 7th. Like I said, went retrograde on the 7th degree of Pisces after that. Okay? Next year, 2024, is a number 8 universal year. 2 plus 0 plus 2 plus 4 is 8. That's connected to Saturn. When is Saturn going to enter the next sign? Well, let's see. Where am I here? Where am I? Yeah. So what are we here? December. Let's put, just to be safe, let's just put that in January, right? So March 7th, Saturn entered Pisces, like I said, and then it'll be till May 24th, 2025 when Saturn enters Aries. Okay, what is 2025? 2 plus 0 plus 2 plus 5, that's 9, which I just told you that's Netanyahu's life path number. God forbid this conflict somehow stays that long. I can't be everywhere at once. I don't know about the geopolitical developments on the ground and what's happening with everything. I try to keep track of this shit, but I can't. I just can't. This is everything I got on it is here, you know, in my brain database. I try to keep track of when things are in a universal month. I said a lot of these developments happened in universal month 8, and then when it got to November, that was a universal month number 9. So 8 is Saturn, reality check, karma, and 9 is, like I said, Pluto and Mars and war energy. So isn't it interesting that most of the bullshit happened or got ramped up significantly in that November? Isn't it interesting then that also the next month, December, the one we're in now, is when Yemen attacked Unity Explorer ship and number 9 ship? Isn't it interesting that a lot of things pertaining to the technocracy are related to Life Path 9? Right? Klaus Schwab, Life Path 9. Maurice Strong, Life Path 9. World Health Organization announcement of the pandemic, Life Path 9. War Measures Act, which became the Emergencies Act. Both of these things, separate dates, Life Path 9. And so what does that mean? That means like if you take when this War Measures Act was assented to on the 22nd of August 1914, you take that 8, which is the number for August, the 8th month, you add it to the 22, and you add that to the reduced version of 1914, which is 1 plus 9 plus 1 plus 4, which is 15, which is 1 plus 5, which is 6. You add all those three numbers together, the 8, the 22, and the 6, you get 36, which is 3 plus 6, which is 9. So that kind of calculation yields the number 9 for all this shit. And again, you don't want to see these things in black and white. It's not like anything this 9 is bad. That's not what I'm saying. You know, the Star Wars movie came out on a Life Path 9 date. Archer Pawlowski, he was arrested on a number 9 date. He was a pastor who got arrested in Canada amid the lockdowns. I don't know how that developed. I believe he spent significant time in jail. I think they also took his brother or something. But that's all because, you know, 9. It's about the end of a cycle. It's about humanitarianism. Okay? So when I say Saturn is entering Aries, which is ruled by Mars, which is connected to 9, and that's happening at 2025, which is a year that's a universal year 9, and that even the word karma has a numerical value of 9, just like the word Gaza, from not just the Pythagorean cipher, as you can see here, but also the keypad cipher. Okay, that's just a telephone. So if you look at your telephone and how they, how they say call 1-800 whatever, and then that you could use that to come up with a numerical value of a word. You just look at what's the number for G, what's the number for A, what's the number for Z, what's the number for A again. Add up all those, you get 17. You see how there's so much of this 17? Like I said, 17th degree is a Leo degree. I don't know how long this shit will spill over. This is not what the focus of this video is about. What I'm trying to say is there's a lot of things with the number 7 and Saturn connected to this. And like I said, Leo connected to children, a child trafficking documentary called Sound of Freedom ends up having a numerical value of 7. That's 7 plus 0. That's all plays into this. Supernova festival. That's any kind of festival thing is a Leo kind of thing. all this conflict flaring up right at the end of Venus in Leo. So I'm scratching the surface. Like when I talk about the 18 stuff, I haven't even showed you like the number 17 stuff in Netanyahu's chart. But when the Pierre Elliott Trudeau, who was one of the he actually invoked the War Measures Act, which I just mentioned was a Life Path 9 thing. He invoked it for the October crisis of 1970. Okay? So and Pierre Elliott Trudeau is the father of the so-called father of our current prime minister. Our current prime minister is a Life Path 1, and that is connected to Leo. So, and again, even that George Lucas, Life Path 1, he's the guy who made the, Star Wars that I just mentioned. See how all this stuff connects? Like, even the word George Lucas has the same numerical value as the word Burning Man and Dream World, mysticism. Okay? So, this is Burning Man. They had that Burning Man disaster at a universal month 7, right? In a number 7 universal year. This is why I'm focusing on this so much. This is why I'm trying to show you the merger of fire and water here, and how much Leo energies are stamped all over all of this shit. Now, again, and how much and I haven't even gotten to the examples of the Pisces energies. Or more of the number 7 year energies, which is not. By the way, it's not just about the hippie stuff and all is one. As I said, it's also Mercury, which rules Gemini and Virgo, and that's more about what's on the ground. It's more about the short-term kind of stuff. It's more about logic and data and statistics and things like that. You had so when we talk about children, also the Million March for Children occurred also in this universal month 7, and that was a Life Path 9 event also. That was in response to a lot of the parental rights being taken. The schools transitioning your child without your knowledge and stuff like that. Excuse me. And so the interesting thing about that, is what overlaps with a lot of that is Joseph Mengele and Mengele doctors. You find that, this Million March for Children happened September 20th. What is it, like June is when the Gay Pride Month is or something like that? June or July, I'm pretty sure. So you find that the word Gay Pride Month, even from that same telephone keypad cipher, has a numerical value that is the same as the word Mengele doctors. I don't know if I'm pronouncing Mengele correctly. It could be Mengele. I don't know. I feel like I've heard people say it as Mengele. But he was Joseph Mengele, a famous Nazi doctor who was born on the 16th. And 1 + 6 is 7. Then he died on the 7th, supposedly. Okay, so you see a lot of that there. You can't even look at what I'm talking about as like, is this happening now? Like it's that doesn't seem to be how these things play out. What Neptune energy is about is everything mixing and synchronicities and things like that, and so we'll get more into that. But it's just interesting that all this stuff I keep getting proven right. Like I'm trying to be humble about it, but like my Leo moon is making me too proud of that. All right. What else did I want to say about this real quick before I get some water? How long have we been going here? Freaking an hour, man. Ridiculous. So yeah, and even the Million March for Children, like we said, that was Life Path 9. I would say that it might not have happened were it not for the watershed moment against gender ideology in Canada, which occurred on the 9th of June. And I ended up interviewing the organizer of that, one of the organizers of that protest, and that was Billboard Chris. The other organizer was Josh Alexander, but I interviewed Billboard Chris at that date. That date itself was a Life Path 22 date, which is the same as my Life Path number. So even my name has the same numerical value as the word synchronicity in one of this. I can't leave this stuff out of there. It's relevant to mention this. So let's get back to the number 7 energies. You know, another thing connecting that 7 to the children is 3 7-year cycles of growth and development, according to famous mystic Rudolf Steiner, right? So there is another thing talking about the number 7 and connected to children. Also, of course, if you look at the anaretic degree section of my natal of my brain database, it might as well be my natal chart because I put so much shit on there. But if you look at that, you'll see that the word where was it here? Which part did I want to show you? So we said 29th degree is a Leo degree. Well, the word 70 equals 29 in the full reduction cipher. In the same cipher that I showed you, Sound of Freedom equals 70, right? So, and again, this is why I don't like to see things in black and white, because Chaldean, because it appears that for this example right here, for example, right? The word 29 has the same numerical value as the word 47, as calculated through the Pythagorean cipher. But so there's the two most popular ciphers or numerology methods are the Western, which is Pythagorean, and the Chaldean or Chaldean. I don't know how to pronounce it. And the Chaldean numerology would say that the 29 has the same numerical value as the 38 and the 47, as I mentioned before. So that appears to be corroborated by the gematria here. That's what this is when you get a numerical value of a word, whether it's the Pythagorean or Chaldean or the phone or whatever the hell it is, it's gematria. And you can see here the word 20, the word itself, 29, ends up having a numerical value as the word itself, 47. So, and that happens in multiple different versions. Even in the Francis Bacon cipher, which takes into account capital letters. And then if you write 29 degrees, you get 290 from the Francis Bacon cipher also. And again, I don't want to, say too much here, but the important thing, we can also see a repeat of the above, but with 38 matching 29 and 47 via multiple ciphers. So this is why you should not take things in black and white. Me personally, since my career house is in Gemini, I like to check out different systems and see how they corroborate each other and stuff like that. And so I told you Venus and exit when it was at the 29th degree, that was the last degree of the sign it was in, and that was a Leo degree, and it was in the sign of Leo. And so that is largely what is the reason that this whole conflict started. You can see also the anaretic degree section here. What did I want to say about this? Well, okay, so basically what it is you're at the end of a lesson. You're at the final lesson before you start to not be Leo, for example. And you go from fire, which is Leo, to earth, which is Virgo. So that's why the word mastery also equals 29. Right? In the same cipher that we've been talking about here, the full reduction, aka Pythagorean cipher. And that's why the word wisdom equals 29. So if you do things right, then you're going to be more on the mastery and wisdom part. But what is the negative side of Leo? That's going to be more like the narcissist, right? So that seems to be most people. That's why you really kind of got to understand that this war energy, it is, yeah, sure, the war is happening over there, out there, or the genocide is happening out there, but at its core, Mars energy is about you want to be able to go to war on the parts of yourself that you think are redundant and like are over explaining or whatever. Right now with the South Node Libra, we don't want to over explain. We don't want to give a shit too much what the other person thinks. If diplomacy was going to cut it, this conflict probably would not have started at this time, around this time. And I'm not saying that okay, whatever, but like I'll tell you again, like bulldozing is a key word for Aries. So if you're doing the Aries thing wrong, you're bulldozing. But that's literally what we saw with the Israel army bulldozing actual like children and stuff like that. I don't know if it was a child or a teenager or what, but it was a gruesome video. Okay, if I really wanted to drive the point home, this could be a 6, 7, 8 hour video that's just gory as fuck. But that's not what we're gonna do here. But what I'm trying to do here is show you quite how much all these Leo energies were involved with this, and how much this is kind of spilling over throughout the whole rest of the year and stuff like that. I mean, if all these things seem to connect with the okay, whatever. I'm repeating myself too much here. Let me get the fucking water, and I'll get back into this stuff here. Hold on. An hour? Okay, hold on. Let me get back to alright. Hopefully it's still recording. That's the biggest nightmare, is if you're recording stuff and you forget to unmute it. Alright. Alright, let me smoke some more weed right now too. I think that's a proper time. I think it's a proper time. And meanwhile, there was that other thing I wanted to show you, Netanyahu, real briefly. Netanyahu's natal chart. He's got some 17 stuff in there just to tie it all in with the 17. If it wasn't enough that the word Gaza equals 17 and the word karma equals 17. So Netanyahu, Bibi sounds like baby, and that is what Aries is. It's the first sign. So if you look at all the signs as life story, and the first one is Aries, last one is Pisces. That's like birth and death. That's why these energies are really tricky, because that birth and death is close to the spirit world. So you look at one of the estimates of when Netanyahu was born. Do you see some 17? Do you see some 17? What do you see? What do you see? You see some 18 in Pluto, which is about power and control issues. You see it in Leo, no less. Why is this doing this? Hold on a sec. Ah, god damn, I hate this website. This is tiny. Why is it so tiny? Okay. Is my face blocking it now? Alright, no, cool. What? Okay. So, Wait a minute. Okay. So yeah, 18 degree Pluto. So there you go. Right. So there you got that. You got a 22 degree midheaven. Now, of course, this is only a C rating for the accuracy of when this guy was born, but you know, you can already see how this plays out into a lot of the energies of this year. If we know that Aries and Libra are the nodal axis right now for 18 months starting around mid-July, then it's interesting that this guy's got that wild Lilith in, guess what? Over here, if you take it, it looks like it's the mean one. It's at the 24th degree, Pisces degree, lacking boundaries. Okay, and it's real close to that north node. So bringing wildness to his bulldozing. And then in the opposite end, he's got a shitload of Libra. I'm not going to focus on all this, but the point is, it's interesting to see these things. Midheaven is more subject to the time, you know, than the other shit. But, you know, so if we look at, like, another example of that one was for 10:15 a.m., but if you say he was born at 10:01 a.m., then his midheaven would have been 18 degrees, so not the 22. But either way, I mean, I don't know how accurate these times are, but you see that 18 and 22, war. Like that's, I don't know how anyone can look away from that. Okay, this one also shows, if you say it's 10:01. Instead of 10:15, whatever, then we got his Pluto here at 17 degree 59 minutes, right at the like so close to the end of the 17. So that's, you know, we could say there's a lot more to say about his chart, but just to show you how prominent these things are. Like, Pluto is power and control issues. Pluto rules Scorpio, but what used to rule Scorpio was Mars, which rules Aries, which is war. So there you have it. Alright, so let's leave that to the side for now. Let me smoke some more weed here. I had no idea this is going to take this fucking long. An hour and 7 minutes. Oh my god, I'm sorry to do this to you. Alright, so let me pull back a bit. Gotta do the Jupiter Taurus thing right now. Not so much of all that Scorpio energy. It's just overwhelming. It's going deep. Going deep. You'll drown in that deepness. Alright, hold on. Let me pick the better song and close shit so I don't get so much RAM craziness here. A lot of RAM craziness. Right, so as we said earlier, Lilith and true Lilith, interesting part here. I can't remember if that was mean or true Lilith in Netanyahu's chart, but it's adding kind of a wild card to all of this shit, no matter what way you want to look at it. Okay, and as I said, 22 degree Uranus present in this. Right, let's before I smoke some more weed, let's just, for fun, let's go back to October. What did I just say? What was I just talking about right now? I was talking about the... What was it? Hold on. Yeah, the 22 degree. The Capricorn degree. Right? Now, Pluto at this time was retrograde in Capricorn. And that was causing problems with the North Node, South Node thing that I'm talking about. This is not as much the case now, but like now, around now, you have Pluto not squaring the nodes as much, but at that time it was, and so any kind of power and control issues that were happening in terms of status quo or getting power in the physical world or being determined, it was difficult for anybody around this time to make that decision about what power to exercise and who, and based on who actually has what power and stuff like that. that it was difficult to make that decision and know whether you're putting yourself outside your comfort zone, which is the North Node, or whether you're depending on old shit and stuff you perfected in a previous life or whatever. So that was there, and that was part of this gigantic cardinal grand cross that I mentioned earlier. This big square energy, which is analogous to Saturn energy. Okay, and again, 25th degree Neptune here, Aries degree. And Neptune is the 2027 energy. You see all this stuff reflected. If you think about it like a Gemini, you will see most of this leading back to the number 7. Okay, so let me close this for RAM purposes, close that for RAM purposes. And I don't know if I mentioned this already. This thing, okay, whatever. I can't go that. I probably already mentioned it, so fuck it. Hold on. Close that for RAM purposes. And put that over there. Get this back here. What hour are we in now? We're in Mars. All right. In 1 minute, it's going to change. All right. So I'll be able to draw on my Leo energies maybe a little bit more because Sun rules Leo in about 1 minute. So what a good time to take a break. So good. This is so good. All right. So I'm going to change the song. Let's change the music. Change it to. Bear with me while I just choose a few better songs so I'm in the zone still. Hold on. Not so much better. It's more that I'll slow the music down a bit so that I don't bounce around all over the place too much and make another 4.5 hour video. Like, what the fuck are we in right now? Like, fucking, goddamn, an hour, 20 minutes. Oh. Did I put that there? Alright. There we go. Now we're gonna switch it up to a little more, a little slower. Let me put that one at the bottom there. Alright. Maybe we'll speed up again at the end. I don't know. Who knows how this will play out? But this song here, you gotta hear this. I gotta smoke more. You gotta hear this. Full for this one. Definitely more of the Scorpio vibes. More of that Scorpio. It's in the new moon. Oh, that's Scorpio right now. All right. Oh, was that clipping? Ah, whatever. There we go. There we go. So I don't know if that was too loud. It might have been clipping there. But yeah, let's get back into what I wanted to talk about. It's taking too long. And here, like I said, a lot of 7. What we're talking about is the 7. What remains is showing you more examples of the 7 energy that I compiled here for 2023. And Lilith is at the 7th degree, mean Lilith. That means the average of where this thing bounces around all over the place. Sometimes it bounces around between like 2 or 3 signs, and in a short time, it's like hard to keep track of it. So they get an average. Average is at 7, and for the ephemeris chart here, here's this December, and it's been at 7th since around the 6th to around the 14th. So we're smack dab in the middle of that. I'd say that's pretty synchronous timing for me. You know, even my fucking name equals 7, right? Like you go Amir Alwani in the Chaldean cipher. It's 2 plus 5, which is 7. That's 25 there. In the regular one that we've been talking about so far a lot, that's the Pythagorean. My name equals 47. But if you reverse the alphabet in that same one and start with Z instead of A, but use the same numbers, my name equals 70. So I got a lot of the 7 energy. I got a lot of it with my with my moon in the 12th house. You know, my 12th house is associated with the 12th sign Pisces. So I do have a lot of that energy. Anyway, so let's get into what remains. If I can do it fast enough. How far are we now? 128. All right, cool. So, okay, let's get back to the 7 area. Universal year 7. So let me just see if there is. Let me just check my pendulum here. Okay, was there some other shit that I wanted to say that is like that needs to be said? Should I just move on to the list now of the number 7 things according to my higher self? All right. So let's get into this. Now the first item on the list, and before let's do a recap here of what is this Neptune, Mercury energy. Neptune rules Pisces, which is water. Dreamlike, mystical, compassionate, intuitive, big picture. They're like the hippies, so that, they're very forgiving. That's what goes with having a lack of boundaries or being able to see beyond the surface of things and whatever. That is that you can see the other person as you, and then you they say to forgive is divine. So that is an attribute of what's happening, but that can be misused also. Right? You can misuse. You can forgive too fast, too easily, too whatever. You can take too much pain. Pisces rules the lymphatic system, so they'll literally get sick. They rule the feet also. They'll literally get sick if they take too much pain from people. Yeah, and on the negative side, they could be a bit too victim complex, savior complex. And Mercury, Gemini, Virgo. This kind of the informational, like I said, statistics, study, communication, science, educational, practical, and logical. Those are all kind of Gemini, Virgo traits. I'm not going to read all this here, but I'll throw up here also real quick. Heather Eland has a PDF that is Astrology 101. I find it pretty useful. And her keywords that she puts on here is spirituality, mysticism, interconnectedness, compassion, dissolution, boundarylessness, hospitals, dreams, escapism, confusion, altruism. So uh, that was kind of the tone of the year. And this is that's from Astrology with Heather on YouTube. But that was kind of the tone of the year. I mean, the Burning Man disaster was a key feature of this. Like I said, that happened in the number 7 month, I believe it was. Let me check it back over. Let's say here. I did this so many times now. All right, okay. That's why I color code it. So yeah, that happened in the number 7 month, and you know, I'm trying to decide how I should say this shit. Hold on. Because I could either stick to the list that I wrote or bounce over here a bit. Maybe I might come back to this later. But the point is, a lot of water stuff. Like Burning Man disaster was basically an overload of rain. The hippies got stuck in the mud. I believe the National Guard or whatever had to be called. I'm not sure, but like it was a disaster. Also the Morocco. What the hell is with this fucking advertisements? Goddamn SoundCloud advertisements, man. Gotta take another hit. God, holy shit. Come on, alright. Spent all that time choosing the list. I don't like these glass filters. I don't like this. Alright. Like I said, we're approaching Mercury retrograde, which screws up my life 3 times a year or so. So bear with me. Again, don't want to go too deep. Keep it kind of Taurus-like. Alright. Hold on. What was I trying to show now? Yeah. You know what? Fuck it. It's up here right now. I'm going to show it anyway. Or no, it is part. I think the. Okay, the way that I wanted to present it might have already been in the other thing. So let's just get to that. I think. No, I already asked the pendulum. All right. And people who are watching, like, so many naysayers that give a shit that it's like my body is moving and shit. Look, I'm kind of a skinny guy in some areas maybe at this time. And then this chair is fucking wobbly. So people look at like the pendulum and they're like, oh, you're moving it. Well, that's the whole fucking point, is to move it. It's just that you don't know that you're constantly moving all the time anyway, and that you're trying to fucking magnify that by using a pendulum so you can see it. So for all those people who want to say, hey, you're moving it, they're just the kind of people who have no sense of adventure. Because the word quest is in the word question. And that's something that Sagittarius likes to do. They like to question. And they like to go on quests, adventures, faraway lands. So, for people who don't want to ask themselves for people who want to get into the pendulum, but let's say they don't want to use it when they're walking around outside, or when they're on the bus, or when they're a passenger in a car, I would say you're limiting yourself if you did that. Because it's not about everything being perfectly still. That's not what it is. This radiesthesia stuff. It's about being able to gauge the energy that's flowing and everything. So you can do it while you're walking. You can walk and get a pendulum and ask it yes or no questions and say left is yes, right is no. And I'm not saying people should get into pendulums. Like, you gotta do, your inner work and shit. You gotta have your chakras balanced. You gotta have to, it's not about what you use. It's about the balance between effort and release. But these other people that are trying too hard. These people that are naysayers that are like, oh, you're moving it. I got so many of these types of people in the streaming app that I've been on, the POF streaming app, and there was another Bigo one that I don't use anymore. See, that's why you guys don't see me much, because sometimes I waste too much time on the wrong platforms. But, you know, according to Numerologist Pro, that number 17, they said most movie stars are born on the 17th. And like I said, 17th degree is a Leo degree. Leo likes to be on stage. So, what was this? Hold on. Okay, I might as well leave this part up here for a sec. Okay, so what did I want to say here? Hold on. Oh man, kind of got to piss now, but let's see if I can warm up a bit and just keep things flowing. Cause I don't like interruptions, and I'm sick of being perfectionist about how the fucking shit comes out. But fucking hell, where was I? What the hell was I talking about right now? Okay, I lost my train of thought, but you know, while this thing is up here, hold on. Let me think some more. Yeah, the whole pendulum thing. People are nitpickers, man. Like, because here's the thing, I could take this deck of cards. I've been meaning to do a video like this. I just don't have the time because, like I said, I can't be everywhere at once. But I could take this deck of cards, this tarot card, and I could, like, you know, I could shuffle it, put all the cards there, and then try to figure out one by one which friggin' whether or not, yes or no, is that particular card a major arcana card. Which there's only 22 out of these 78 cards is major arcana, which means fate or destiny cards. They're more of the big kind of overarching archetypes of the shit. So you got approximately like 1 out of 5 chance of getting a major arcana card. Something like that when you're pulling a random card. So I could test myself and ask myself 78 times, is this card major arcana or minor arcana? And I put the one that is the correct answer. If I got it correct, I'll put it in the correct pile, and if I get a wrong one, I'll put it in the wrong pile. And by the end, I think the I can't remember what my best score was when I've been practicing this, but you know, if it's like something like 70-30, then you know it's pretty good. And that's, I can't remember if it was that ratio or 40-60 or whatever. I might have been having a bad day that day, who knows. But the point is, that's the kind of video, if I show that and then people still want to say, oh, you're moving it, then those people are just retards. Like you know, I could even just grab my arm like this and pretend my arm is the pendulum and do the left is yes, right is no thing, and it'll still get the same answers. And people will say, oh, you're moving your arm. Well, that's right, but you're just stupid. You can't see what's in front of your face. like, I don't know what else to say. Some people, they're not going to get it. And I was born on the 6th, so I really care too much about whether they get it or not. Like, I can't do their inner work for them. But that's the kind of people I ran into on these types of other streaming apps and shit. And like, you know, anyway, fucking like, what I was trying to say is numerologistpro.com said that 17/8 month was good for identifying which platform is ideal for you. And I did not do that as well as I could have, and I apologize. But hopefully, hopefully I'm doing it right now, because like I said, I'm at a number 9 personal month, and so I want to complete this. We're at 141. So yeah, like I said, I'm a Leo moon. That Venus with the extra long stay in Leo, that got me to. There was a lot of stuff, a lot of other stuff that delayed me in being able to get productive here and show you this kind of data. But bear with me, please, because I'm trying my best here. That Chiron and Lilith, wild Lilith in my career section is. It doesn't have to be wild too. Wild's not the only thing. Like let's check out some keywords real quick about Lilith, for fun. Just because I already showed you how much it was a part of what was happening with the wildness, but it's about going to extremes and then some. It's about binging and purging. In that sense, it's the same as. Not only does it have the same numerical value as the word purging, if you switch the alphabet, as you can see here, but a lot of the attributes of Lilith are kind of like Pluto attributes and Scorpio kind of thing. Scorpio can sometimes be black sheep. Lilith is kind of also like a rebel or dealing with like guilt or dealing with repression, and but a lot of its core is just being able to tap into your subconscious desires, and desire is a key word for Scorpio also. So So yeah, this is why I kind of feel like showing you guys a unique perspective of this stuff. This is what this Lilith in my natal chart in the career house does. It makes me want to be almost rebellious with the knowledge. Like, okay, this person's looking at this. Like I said it before, why stick with one cipher? Why stick with what? I get these again. I get other people. Yeah, let me mute those ads again. I get other people telling me, hey Amir, you got to see this documentary or this interview where this guy totally debunks Western astrology. Get the fuck out of here, man! Like, I've invested so many hours into this shit. I'm showing you guys so much stuff here with the Western astrology that's so relevant to all this shit, and this guy is just like, oh, okay. Because they're different. The Western doesn't show what the planet actually shows up there in the sky and whatever. These people are stupid. Why use one thing over another? If everything is connected anyway, then it's not so much about what you're using. Then it's about like how you're using it. It's about how much you know yourself, and so that you can't get in your own way, kind of thing. That is what the number 7 energy of this year is. Let me take that back here. That is what the number 7 energy of this year is. Like I said, next year is number 8. I don't know if the economy will do better. It seems like a lot of people are saying it's not gonna. 8 is karma and reality checks and blockages and limitations and stuff like that. But since 8 is connected to Saturn that way, it's also connected to the CEO. So for people who do have the determination and have gone through the number 7 energy properly, then they'll be better situated to take advantage of the 2024 year, which will contain some karmic stuff and some blockages. I mean, that's just what it is. But it doesn't have to be a bad thing. It could be like that you like 8 can sometimes be about detachment, but like the 8 of swords, or like 8 of swords, sure, that one too, but the 8 of cups, for example, tarot card, And Eight of Pentacles is not so much about detachment that way, but more about like being, you know, having your own. It's only one person on that card, is what I'm trying to say, and he's just focused on his work and trying to do the best with the skills that he did, and that in that sense he's detached. And that Eight of Swords is about like, you know, okay, I don't want to go off on all this tarot shit. It's gonna be too much shit. The point is, 8 is Saturn energy, but the 8th tarot card is strength, and you get a lot of strength from, you know, being able to have a good, let's say, if you're not scattered in mind, body, and spirit, and if you're like your mind and your body are in harmony, and you can make use of your actual physical stuff, that's like the strength card. If it's like reversed, then you might be more into addiction and stuff. And isn't it interesting that the 8th sign, Scorpio, is about obsessions, which can be like an addiction and stuff like that. A lot of people do say they're toxic and shit like that. So this is some AI art I made about what I think the people who did enough introspection in 2023 can be better situated to put themselves into this shit. I don't think. Hold on a sec. Like I said, I'm not making a prediction about like 2024 is going to be better for the economy overall. But even if it is bad, you know, sometimes when things get, you know, sometimes when there's friction, that is what causes the creativity to come through. You know, and that eighth tarot card, you know, is strength, and it is that there's a lion on that card, and it is about being strong, and that lion Leo is creative. So the fact that this planet Saturn moved into a very creative sign of Pisces many months ago, that alone helps us get situated to be more on the right side of the energies. But it could be an incredibly bad time overall. I don't fucking know. I haven't asked. I haven't cared so much to ask my pendulum and shit like that. But the point is, 2023 was a lot of the big picture Pisces merging with the data logic stuff. So taking a scientific approach to mysticism is what Life Path 7 people do, for example. And again, I'll go over the keywords for the 7 Life Path number. Here you can see from Token Rock, they'll say the positive keywords are analytical, logical, reserved, inventive, knowledgeable, studious, introspective, intuitive. And then you got calculating, withdrawn, cynical, egotistical, overly analytical, insensitive, aloof, and distrusting is the negative version. So, you know, inventions, which is stuff that we'll see later in this presentation, are that fits in here with the word inventive. And this egotistical part, that could feed into the narcissist Leo energies that happen throughout this year. What I've been saying is that if you got like, if Life Path 7 people are prone to being solitary and maybe a bit too much sometimes, and being withdrawn, like it says here, withdrawn and distrusting and cynical, that is not a good mix for the Aries energies that came in. So the Aries energies, although they are extroverted and they like to party also, and they like to be with people and whatever, they can also, on the negative side, is being selfish. So that you know, that you can see how this stuff is all mixed, and why it was this nodal axis shift that kicked in around July. that started the 18-month lunar cycle there, where we're supposed to be like an Aries and supposed to less be like a Libra, more or less. And I told you less than a week after that started, Chiron went retrograde in Aries, I believe it was, and Venus went retrograde in Libra, or no, in Leo. But Venus went retrograde, and Venus rules Libra. So that's it, you can see how those energies got fucked up. Hold on a sec. Now I'm getting interruptions from the hallway there. Friggin' okay. So then there's also the advertisement here that I have to turn off. I'll take this as an opportunity to take a piss, which I've had to do for a bit now. So let me just get rid of this here, or let's start that up. What the hell? Oh, okay, that's why. All right, so I'm gonna pause this and take a piss. I'll be right back. All right, and I'm back. Let me wear the serpentine again, and the orange calcite, and 50 billion other stones and crystals. All right, so where's this volume at here? Alright, bring that down a tiny bit. Okay, so yeah, I don't know if as I was pissing and getting my water refreshed there, I was thinking, I don't know if I made the point, if I drove the point home that well earlier about the whole thing with the possible video I might do in the future about the testing my post-cognition abilities, you could say, via the pendulum. It's like, if I do that, and then the person will see the fucking will see me move it, and then they'll be like, okay, you moved it, and then I'll be like, yeah, but most of those cards, I ended up getting the right answer for and you saw that on video, and yet you also saw all those right answers being preceded by so-called me moving it. So it's not about the moving it. that's people are so weird with this shit. I don't know what else to say. It's just frustrating, man. But hey, frustration is a key word for Life Path 4, and I'm a Life Path 22/4, so I'm going to try to suck it up a bit, right? Is it a key word? Is it a key word? Frustrated, yeah, Life Path 22. So yeah, instead, I'll try to focus more on the achiever. I want to finish what I start. I'm on a number 9 universal month. I mean, personal month. While all of you are are feeling the universal month 1, I'm feeling the 9 at this time. So I got to finish what I start, even if it takes long, even if I talk fucked up, even whatever. So yeah, let's get into this, because here I'm putting this scientific stuff up because that's a lot of. Hold on, I can't think before I smoke this. Hold on. Let me put this. Let me smoke a bit more. Hold on.
This holiday season,
No, no, shut the fuck up. Oh goodness. All right. These fucking glass screens or fucking filters. All right. So as I was looking at this, you know, oh, and this is I don't know if we already showed Heather Eland's PDF here, her Astrology 101 PDF, but there's that again. But so as I was looking at this, my brain database here, you know, it occurred to me that the Lilith also spends approximately 9 months in a zodiac sign. And of course, Lilith is a component of the moon's orbit, and the moon impacts your menstrual cycle, which relates to your pregnancy, which is 9 months. I don't know if I mentioned this earlier, but that lunar node cycle, the lunar node axis shift that happened and brought us to the Aries Libra axis, that lunar node was or the lunar node cycles are connected to the eclipses, and so that's why it's interesting to note that if you look at October 7th there, and the Israel Hamas thing, and you look at what was it? When did that flare up? Well, I believe there was an eclipse really shortly after. So if we go back to October here, yeah, we definitely had a new moon solar eclipse in Libra on October 14th, right? So I told you guys how that lid on Aries and Libra energy was somewhat in different ways, more or less kind of happening only around a week after we entered this 18-month lunar node cycle in mid-July or whatever. But then fast forward to here, and then you get the eclipse, and this stuff flares up on October 7th, right before that eclipse. And of course, you know, by default, then you'd have another a lunar eclipse after that on October 28th in Taurus. So yeah, you have to take that into account when you look at these energies. Anyway, hold on. More distractions from that loud ass hallway. So bear with me here until my environment calms down a little bit. While I'm at that, here's some gematria about that the lunar nodes. Like I said, North Node is what you got to be striving for in this life. Put yourself outside your comfort zone so you can have the kind of connections you want to have with people. The South Node is the thing that is not outside your comfort zone. It's the thing you're really comfortable with. And like I said, for me, that is the Scorpio stuff. So I got to do that less, be more like a Taurus. So, alright. Moving on. And of course, so the dragon tail is what the South Node is known as, and the dragon head is what the North Node. So the North Node is known as the dragon head. This seems corroborated by gematria. The word South Node is, as we said, is kind of the easy way. Well, the word the easy way literally matches the word dragon's tail, which is what is associated with the South Node. And also in a different cipher, you find that the word easy way matches the word dragon tail. So since I have, as I said, a lot of stuff like my Saturn and my Pluto and my sun sign all close to my South Node, that's, I think, why my name ends up matching the word dragon tail in the full reduction cipher. So that's pretty interesting. There's a variety of ways you can use numerology to find out more about yourself and stuff like that, So yeah. And what else do I want to say about that? Anything else? Man, I'm frustrated with these friggin'... Just gonna spark the next one up. I'm frustrated with these glass filters. Anyway, getting a little too relaxed here. So let me keep it moving. Right. So one of the key things I was trying to communicate earlier is that the number 7 is about science and spirituality. It's about Neptune and Mercury. And again, let's look at some key these. It's worth reviewing these again. Spirituality, mysticism, interconnectedness, compassion, dissolution, boundarylessness, hospitals, dreams, escapism, confusion, and altruism. It's kind of a confusing year, right? Like we did have those weird ass UFOs and those white balloons and this sort of all the AI art stuff. My goodness, they're gonna have the commercials this much. Oh my god. Okay. All right. Okay, so this year, right? Let's bring it back to this for a sec here. Like I said, Pluto and Aquarius is a main feature of this year, but Aquarius is kind of a hippie, just like Pisces, and it brought this stuff. Now, this stuff, is kind of illusions. Like there was at first, before people got used to the fact that there is such a thing as AI art. They actually mistook some of the uh, uh, pictures of a Trump arrest, which turned out to be just AI art. So that's the next level scientific achievements part, is the Aquarius part, and that's the Pluto and Aquarius. But I told you how the energies of Saturn and Pluto are kind of mixed a lot, especially since they had a conjunction, I think, in 2020. Uh, so and these are long-term planets. So that means that it's interesting that also when they were both at the end of the sign that they were in at the same time, that was around March this year, which had the most conjunctions of any other month this year, which means the most instances of a planet being in the same spot as another planet, or a moon or sun or whatever you want. So there was so Pluto shifted into this next sign of Aquarius. That was big news. Same month that Saturn, which is about boundaries and limitations and reality checks, shifted into kind of the more escapist sign of Pisces, which is about lack of boundaries. And so that's why I want to show you the instances of lack of boundaries examples that are littered throughout the whole year. And because when Pluto entered Aquarius, that was like before this Aries Libra nodal axis shift that I'm talking about, which is emphasizing being assertive or aggressive over being diplomatic or harmonious. But when that happened, that gave a lot of people who were more technology minded kind of an opportunity to kind of get lost in the group a bit. And if that whole Aquarius thing is air, just like Libra. So when the South Node Libra shit kicked in later, it's like a lot of those people who were ungrounded and getting too lost in whatever kind of stuff they were doing, they might have been more prone to being on the Libra side, which is like going to parties and going to get-togethers, being in these Twitter spaces that I'm noticing sometimes. I don't want to name any names, but it's like it didn't take too long for these kinds of spaces to be just like hangout zones. Even if you're just talking, like there's one that's like, okay, you know what? Okay, I got to say this because I don't want to be like a Libra and care too much what people think. But like, I'm not going to say the name of the Twitter space, but it's about geopolitics, and so it's like, why are you letting it degenerate into just hangout zone and jokes and shit like that? Like, just don't even come on the fucking Twitter at all unless you're going to talk about geopolitics. And when you're going to do that, and you're going to have like, it's going to be mostly from a Palestinian perspective or whatever. If somebody comes on who is you know, like from the Jewish side or whatever, and is saying some things that they don't approve of. Some of these people it's too echo chamber now. Some of these people are too quick to like try to put that person in their place, and it's like, hold on, I'm getting more interruptions. Hold on a sec. Let me just pause this yet again. Where is that thing? Alright, and I'm back. Alright. Let me just turn this down a bit more. Alright, man. So, okay, what was I? Where was I here? What was I trying to say to you people? For fuck's sake. I had this open. Yeah. Okay, hold on. Let me hit this. So I was talking about how the Libra energies, which is what people are going to do when they don't feel like challenging themselves, the last 6 months and the next 12 months or whatever, uh, those Libra energies did benefit from the same energies that brought us the AI art, was because it's Aquarius energy that brought that shit, and the Chat GPT and anything to do with anything to do with that. Also, by the way, that number is 17. You know, Uranus rules Aquarius, and apparently it takes Uranus 17 hours to rotate, which is interesting in light of all the other stuff we said about the Leo energies. 17th degree is Leo degree. The opposite of Leo is Aquarius, which is ruled by Uranus, which, like I said, takes 17 hours to rotate, like physically. So that's fucked up. That's that's some interesting shit right there. I don't know if people are getting what I'm saying, uh, uh, but yeah, these that might be why this whole grind of Venus in Leo happened. To counterbalance in a way some of the risk of getting too lost in the hive mind and all that. Leo's about the family and the like creativity and being like what you see is what you get kind of thing. They're good liars too, but like generally they want to be generous and share and stuff like that. But and yeah, and like I said, that movie came out called Leo. Leo is connected to children. We said the Sound of Freedom name for that child trafficking documentary ended up having a numerical value of 70, which is 7 plus 0, which is 7. So yeah, a lot of, I mean, okay, so and then 2024 being the number 8th tarot card, has a lion on it. So let's say Leo rules the heart, right? And the word heart health has the same numerical value as the word Capricorn and rose quartz and depression, which is Capricorn's ruled by Saturn, so that brings us back to this Saturn stuff. Like so yeah, my concern is that not enough people looked within, and that's why they were more on the egotistical kind of selfish side of the Aries fire energy, and that might be a little bit part of the reason anyway why the World War happened. Not just why not the World War, the ramping up of the World War likeliness and shit like that. Fucking Israel talking about nuking Palestine even. What is that? Hold on, let me show you that. Drop a nuclear bomb on Gaza, says Israeli minister. So so yeah, my concern is people misusing the number 7 energies. But you'll see now with all the examples I'll show you of what that number 7 will bring about. You'll see kind of the big picture and whatever. And I like to be optimistic. A lot of weird bullshit happened, but I like to be optimistic. Of course, Saturn is my most developed planet, and that's not that optimistic. But and that grand cross in my natal chart is like analogous to Saturn energy. So yeah. So anyway. I mean, even my name has the word Saturn. It matches the word Saturn or something like that. And I'm pretty sure Saturn in a couple of the ciphers. Let me check right now. I'm okay. Mir Alwani, and then Saturn. So yeah, in the prime cipher and the septenary cipher, my name matches the word Saturn. And of course, when you go to my website, you'll see the Saturn cube there. So it's funny. I had a person who was good at reading palms read my palm one time, and really fast in the span of like 3 or 4 minutes. Like he said a bunch of stuff that I actually got already from reading my natal chart. I think he said something like due to the size of my thumb, I have a lot of Saturn energy or something like that. So it's interesting how these different systems can corroborate each other. But anyway, I'm going on a tangent too much with this bullshit. This is not what I'm talking about. Not what I want to talk about right now. But yeah, that number 8 connected to Saturn. This event I told you about how where Saturn was on the natal chart of the Hamas attack. It was opposing Venus, if I remember correctly, and here we have this occurring on a number 8 month, which is tied to Saturn. So yeah, a lot of weird stuff. Okay, let's get back into this. Alright, so let's say first example. I'm not going to click it. I'm just going to read it. If you guys want to click it, go to my brain database. I mean, they have the censorship, but the censorship is their own hands. So I'm not going to... You've already seen stuff like this enough. So anti-fur activists strip naked in streets. That is an example of the number 7 energy because they're naked. And, like I said, okay, so Neptune energy is like art, right? So, and then I said the mad scientist energy is like the Aquarius. But, Aquarius is also about humanitarianism and like the protests and stuff like that. So you can see that aspect of it in this headline here, like just the fact that they're activists, even if they're idiots and like catching colds and shit. Like, I don't know. But this was I saw this on the 16th day is when it came out on, I believe it was Russia Today. So I don't know if that means that they did the event on the 16th day or what, but 1 + 6 is 7, so you see a tie right there into those Neptune energies. Right? Again, taking it back a bit, the number 7 energies of 2023 are about taking the time to look within. But also, since Saturn is in Pisces, it's like taking the time to figure out who you gave too much compassion to. Or maybe it's not even about that. Maybe it's just about the imagination. Maybe your head's too much in La La Land, or you're not being disciplined about your artwork. And so this is why I say this is art, this AI artwork. And that seems to be one of the most prominent developments out of this Pluto and Aquarius thing that I can tell anyway. So, and like I said, when I made this thing, here's the symbol for the sun. I did not ask this AI art to put the astrological symbol for the sun in the art. All I did was say what I think the energies of this year are, and the year is about how long it takes the Earth to go around the sun. It is about the sun. So, and then it brought this. So, trippy stuff. Now, again, another thing. So that was the previous thing with the anti-fur activist stripped naked in streets in Spain was the 16th of January. But on the 16th of February, you had this. So, and this is also again like in East Palestine. That word Palestine. Like, tell me when this happened, that the Israel-Palestine conflict wasn't in your mind. back in February 16th when we saw videos like this. Like, what the fuck? Like, that is lack of boundaries, right? And so yeah, that should not be there. And also the fact that, you know, Pisces is about the illusions and the fantasy world, and that could be like movies too. So isn't it interesting then that uh, it was pointed out that this 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 spill that happened in East Palestine from a train, basically a train derailment or something, some train crashed, and this was apparently referenced in White Noise 2022. Some people have brought that up. I believe it was Jay Dyer and others. I don't know whether this is. I forget what they said about it, but you know, when you see stuff in movies that happens in real life, you ask it, was this predictive programming? And given the nature of everything, I don't know. I didn't. If I cared, I would look more into the director of White Noise and stuff like that, and but his numerology and whatever. But at any rate, it fits into this number 7 energy, because if we say 7 is Pisces, which is the hippie sign that likes to be lazy and watch movies and shit like that, then then there it is. And fantasy world synchronicities, things being beyond time and space, and you know, sometimes it's art mimicking life or whatever. So there's that. But the fact that it's not just that train derailment. I feel like around that time, you know, I was following. I forget the name of the. Oh yeah, Roz Alerts was the Twitter that I was following that was keeping track of a lot of these train derailments and various hazmat situations, and like maybe farms burning and shit like that. I can't remember. There was a lot of that type of stuff. And here we have an article from Newsweek. How common are train derailments? More than 6 have crashed this month. So, you know, I forget if they say it's really common or not. It seems like it was more common than I thought. But regardless, it was on our attention so much that they had to do an article about it. So that fits into the 7 stuff. Or that fits into everything else here. And so what else do we have here? Next thing on the list, February 24th, and like we said, 24th degree is a Pisces degree. You have an article came out on activist post. Journalist uses AI voice to break into own bank account. I may have already mentioned this in a previous podcast or video or something. So there you have the lack of boundaries thing of deception and illusions that Pisces can be known for. And so, and here, of course, fast forward to approximately a month later, you have on March 22nd. Keep in mind, I said March 23rd is when. Hold on, let me close that for the RAM. March 23rd is when Pluto went retrograde. Or not. Wait. May 1st. No, not retrograde. Sorry. What I mean to say is when Pluto entered Aquarius. That was March 23rd, right there. So, okay, hold on. This is getting trippy here with all these highlights. Okay, so Pluto entered Aquarius March 23rd, and then you have just the day before that happened is when people fell for the AI art. Let me show you this. Okay, let me make that a little smaller there. Make sure my thing is not muted. Okay. Keep worrying about that. Okay. All right, so this is a AI generated photo. People thought it was real. This is more of that, more of that, more of that, more of that, more of that. Well, this one, I mean, how could you fall for this one? But like, anyway, hold on, excuse me. So anyway, that happened. And let me open this up over here so that that becomes the default thing that it goes back to. Okay, so that happened at March 22nd, a day before Pluto entered Aquarius and got us all more used to this kind of stuff. You also have another 24th day was Ukrainian, that's March 24th. And like I said, the 24th degree is a Pisces degree on the zodiac wheel. So this was brought to our attention. Ukrainian police arrest priest during service.
Що ви робите?
Бачите, припустіть чиняти правопорядок. Припиніть чиняти правопорушення. Припиніть чиняти правопорушення. Нехай він припиніть чиняти правопорушення. Нехай він не робить тим. Ніяких активностей. Стійте біля мене. Не робить тим. Батюшки, стійте біля мене. Не трогай його. Стійте біля мене. Нехай він не робить тим. Стійте біля мене. Припиніть чиняти правопорушення.
Пустіть батюшку. Пустіть батюшку.
Що, тихенько, я тут роблю. Я його не чіпаю, він просто вчирає кінь. Тримайте його самі. Тримайте його самі. Тримайте собі. Тримайте його самі.
Okay, so a lot of tension you can see there. I gotta say, like, as soon as Saturn entered Pisces, I was even approached more on the street and in coffee shops by people who were like trying to talk to me about Jesus and say, you know, Jesus is here to save me and stuff like that. So this was out March 24th. Saturn entered Pisces, like we said, March 7th. So it's interesting. Like we said, Saturn's reality check energy. Pisces is very much about mysticism. Religion is more a Sagittarius thing, but there's overlap with religion and mysticism. And so, yeah, you see stuff like this with and the other thing, like, is Aquarius is known as being the rebel. So this would have been like we said, a day after, or at least this was published a day after March entered the rebel Aquarius, or a day after Pluto entered the rebel Aquarius. So Aquarius can be rebellious against God sometimes. Like, there's a negative and positive use of any energy, and if you are an Aquarius and you don't take your rebellious energy and have context about it, like, you got to be aware of your opposite, which is Leo. So as an Aquarius, you might be good at putting your ego to the side so that you can engage in group settings and in revolutions and stuff like that, and see everybody on the same level. But okay, I lost my train of thought. Hold on, let me hit this. So, and where's that music? God damn it. Okay, so basically, Aquarius is the rebel. They can rebel against God, but if they're using their energy well, then it's for innovation and coming up with new things and able to use the fast speed that you can get from thinking, because the world of thinking is fast. Like, you think about a thing and it's there, kind of. But or the speed of thought is fast, rather. And so that's why air signs, which air is about communication and thoughts, that's why they're social butterflies, and they can go from one place to the next and whatever. But everything has to be balanced. You can't just like do one thing or be aware of one component of a thing and then think that's it. So if you're not grounded, then you don't see the purpose of having a heart. You could be like really cold-hearted to people and shit like that. Even, I mean, look, my name matches the word cold-hearted, so I'm not saying I'm a saint or whatever, but like I don't like seeing videos like this, and I don't like how there's a lot of things. Even the people who are religious end up often having knee-jerk reactions to my tarot and to the astrology, right? Like that doesn't, they don't like that, so they don't care. But a lot of those religious people were the ones who stood up for my God-given rights of being able to breathe without a mask. Right, I have breathing difficulties, so I had to have awkward conversations with like a lot of stores for like a year and a half back when those lockdown days, just so I can have a sandwich at a place. It was the religious people who stood up for me at that time, and they were persecuted. Like I said, Artur Pawlowski in Canada got arrested for running a church with like 10 or 15 people or something. That's ridiculous. Like, that's not what you think about when you think about Canada. And there has to be some level of not throwing the baby out with the bathwater. Sure, if we're entering Age of Aquarius by what is what a lot of people say, and is what's debated, that does mean that it's more about what you know. It's like, I think the key word for Aquarius is I know. Let me double check that. The Pisces one is I believe. The Pisces one is I believe, I think, but I'm pretty sure the Aquarius is I know. Hold on, I know. I feel bad for not knowing this at this time, but hold on. Yeah, I'm pretty sure their keyword was I know, or at least that's what some people say. Let me double check. I know. Hold on. Yeah, I'll just put here Aquarius plus I know. Yeah, this Aquarius season is saying I know. So that is, I was correct about that. That's one of their keywords, right? So while this age of let me close that. While this Aquarius energy, whether it's entering Age of Aquarius or whether it's all this Pluto and Aquarius stuff, either way it's Aquarius, and either way we're about to get a lot of 20 years of Pluto and Aquarius. So what did I want to say? Hold on, there's so many. Yeah, so even what I'm trying to say is, even though our age now is more about, okay, you know everything, you have access to information, it's the information age, everything's like kind of free flowy that way, but that, and like an old acquaintance or a friend of mine said, that means it's on you. With Age of Pisces, you could blame God more and that kind of thing, and be more like, get away with being more victim complex kind of thing. But with Age of Aquarius, it's since it's not I believe, it's I know. So so you don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. There are some people who have beliefs, and that their beliefs drive their life, and a lot of that is being lost, over time, and so you know, in Canada here, we're supposed to have like freedom of religion and stuff like that. That's supposedly in our Charter of Rights and Freedoms. This here is Ukraine, but like I mean, like I said, this is too much of a pattern that's been happening, and this Saturn in Pisces is giving us reality checks about that pattern. And like I said, I felt it on the streets. People coming up to me asking me if Jesus was, if I know about Jesus and stuff like that. Um, so yeah, I got to take a piss though. But let me take a piss and then get to the next example here. I'll pause this. All right, and I'm back now. All right, and the other thing I wanted to say about this is, you know, I don't know the specifics on this situation, but overall, the grand scheme of things, it seems like the technocracy is sort of analogous to the Age of Aquarius stuff to a certain extent, and it seems like, you know, the lower vibration of Aquarius and the good of the group would be communism, which does not like religion. So that seems to be reflected in the kind of comments people are leaving in this. When I was looking at that just now, before I unpaused this, so you know, that is what we're dealing with here, with people throwing the baby out with the bathwater, and just wanting to. I mean, a lot of those types of people, they think technology could solve everything, and you know, like even I mentioned in a previous video, maybe Zoltan Istvan wrote an article saying something like nature is. Hold on. Zoltan Istvan. So he was a guy who was at one point heading the U.S. Transhumanist Party. And let me see if I have that quote in here about yeah. So he had, and other people have already shown this quote, but I mean, just to read it, or maybe not the quote, but the article. Other people have already brought it up, but it's titled "Environmentalists Are Wrong. Nature isn't sacred, and we should replace it," by Zoltan Istvan. So he does not have a good view of nature. I pointed this out before, maybe in a previous video. He's basically saying humans must cast off nature, and then they will be finally free of its ubiquitous hostility, misery, and fatalism. You know, so yeah, you could kind of connect him being into transhumanism to the Age of Aquarius, and so yeah, that's all I will say about that. Moving on. Okay, next item on the list. And actually, I'll show you this too. Just at the time when this, before we go to the next item. At the time that this happened, I noted the negative manifestation of Saturn in Pisces means police pushing around priest. You could say the laws are more about Jupiter than Saturn, but you could say Saturn is more about the enforcement of the laws. So when that happens in the wrong way, is kind of this is what happens. Also, the positive manifestation of Pluto in Aquarius, and Pluto is power, and Aquarius is humanitarianism, means you can only go far with this type of shit. So yeah, I mean, yeah, like there's a lot more I want to say about this, but I'll leave it. Next thing here. New zombie drug is spreading across the U.S. This was March 27th, 2023. Let me just pause that.
You can think of it as an animal tranquilizer or an animal anesthetic. It's sedating, it's used as an analgesic, it's used as a sedative, and it's also used as a muscle relaxant for animals. But it wasn't as widespread use as it is today.
It's eating their flesh, basically. It's finding the easiest way out. It's absolutely horrible. I'm telling you, when you're in a group of 3 or 4 people, you can smell rotting flesh.
Alright, so yeah, like this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. I've even seen stuff like this in downtown Ottawa. I'm 38 years old. In my early 20s, I lived in downtown Ottawa. And sure, you'd have the odd, or you'd have some people that were all strung out on heroin or something, but they would not be in these weird body contorting positions and walking like this. Like, it's just so strange. Like, that is, and when you look at the word zombie, hold on, where am I here? That's that tab. Okay. When you look at the word zombie, you type that into my database, you will find that it has the same numerical value as the word C-section and mastery and sheeple and wisdom, right? We said mastery and wisdom. So the word zombie actually has the same the word zombie actually is 29, and the word wisdom equals 29. So there you can, and that, okay, so it's 29 from the reverse full reduction, and it's 29 from in full reduction. So that you'd have to reverse the alphabet to see, but that even kind of solidifies it further. Right, numbers equals 29 in full reduction, and reverse full reduction sheeple equals 29. So that goes back to what I was saying. 29th degree is the last degree of a zodiac sign. It's when you've either mastered that shit or have not. And if you have not, then you're going to be overcompensating. And yeah, it's weird. Alright, I'll leave it at that for this. I don't want to get too deep with that. Or maybe, yeah. Also, you see, for example, it can be a dangerous zone, this 29th degree. Like I said, Venus entering 29th degree of Leo is when the Israel-Palestine thing, Israel-Hamas thing flared up. And I'm not saying every single time a planet gets into the 29th degree this shit happens, but I think based on everything I just said about the uniqueness of the situation, you get what I'm trying to say here. Another way of looking at it is the word mastery. If you've mastered something, then some people might get jealous of you and try to, bother you in some way. So that's also part of it. So again, you don't want to look at things in black and white. But the thing is about the any drug at all, whether it's a zombie drug or what, is it does fall into the category of altered states, which is a Pisces attribute. So a lot of Pisces people love drugs, and that goes with the escapism. Now, if they do the Virgo thing more, which is the opposite of Pisces, then they would be having more energy to have compassion for people and to not feel like they have to be as escapist, or not even have compassion for people, but like they'd be more grounded, right? Like Earth is or Virgo is an Earth sign, so they're about doing your chores and having an income and taking care of small animals and organization and being helpful and things like that. So that's, you got to look at all the signs as like a story. Aries is like the baby, Pisces is like the old dying person, and halfway through that is when you get to the Virgo stuff, so the health stuff. So if you're healthy, you're not going to be as much on the escapist sort of addiction side. Now, it's interesting how this stuff plays out too. Going back to this list, because I believe, let me make sure the next one, okay, the next one was something unrelated, but later in the list you'll see, well, you know what, I'll just leave that for later in the list. If it's already in the list, then I'll just keep it with the chronological order here. But yeah, Pisces energy, Virgo energy, you know, it's Pisces, Virgo, Gemini energy is what this year is about. And like I said, Saturn entered Pisces March 7th, so Saturn is reality checks. A lot of people are getting reality checks about their zombie drugs. Like, I smoke weed and shit. Weed is weed, like whatever. But like, this other shit is strange. You don't even have to go downtown to see it. The other day I was at the grocery store near my place, and I saw a person walking around in these weird positions and whatever. So it's bizarre. Anyway, so next item on the list. Hold on, getting the pasties here. So I believe this other one is censored, so I'll show that, or at least is censored enough, like, you know. But this came out April 5th. Yeah, so they've blurred it up enough there. But backlash against TV show where naked adults parade in front of kids. So, you know, like we said, the number 7 month brought us that Million March for Children. That was September 20th. And here we have earlier than that on January, February, March, April. Yeah, April 5th. Already this bullshit. Backlash against TV show where naked adults parade in front of kids. Like, that should have been your first red flag that there's too much lack of boundaries in this year, and that to watch out for how ridiculous things get in the gay pride parade later. So yeah, this is, I guess, screenshots from the show, censored screenshots from the show. Like, what? Okay, I'm sorry to show you that, and I'll just leave it at that. This is so this is ridiculous. Lack of boundaries. So Pisces is a water sign, right? So that is and they're the last sign. So that means they can speak everybody's language, kind of. So that a lot of Pisces tend to, or can be, kleptomaniacs too, and even the word kleptomaniac has the same numerical value as the word Pisces, I believe. Let me double check this in my database here. Pisces, kleptomaniac. Yeah, it does. And then Pisces has the same numerical value as the word artistic too. So all of these things end up matching. I keep thinking I have to go to a... Okay, there we go. So that I have here relates to Pluto and Aquarius for this weird-ass show. Pluto is provocative. It's about transformation, taboos, intimacy, sex, toxicity, psychological issues, trauma, fear, obsession, addiction. And Aquarius can be about nudity, exhibitionists, hippies, perverts, bullies, rebellious, thriving on negative attention, and hive mind. So what could be more hive mind than this? Like, and like, is anybody thinking at all about this situation? Like, Aquarius is about thinking. You'd think that they would connect the dots, but I'm not saying they're Aquarius, but you get what I'm saying. So here we have also Dalai Lama apologizes after asking boy to suck his tongue. I'm not going to click this. If you want to see it, go to the brain database and click it. It's censored, but I mean, this was a big story. Everybody knows about this already, and it speaks volumes to the lack of boundaries attributes of the number 7 energy. And again, people who are life path 7 are distant. They want to be in their own zone and shit. So they're more prone to contemplating and stuff like that. They make good judges and that kind of occupation. So lost my train of thought. Okay, hold on. What I'm trying to say is, you would think that some energy that is about being distant would appreciate boundaries more, but they don't. That's why it's reality check shit. That's why it's Saturn reality check in Pisces. Pisces about mysticism. Everybody before this event looking at this Dalai Lama like he's like a god or something. Like, you know, now people get reality checks. Okay. Next thing. All right. Next thing, more of this Pluto and Aquarius type of stuff. New York unveils crime-busting robots.
The K5 uses artificial intelligence to provide real-time incident notifications to first responders. The K5 has been used by law enforcement agencies, including the Huntington Park Police, college campuses throughout this country, corporation shopping malls, and other places where it needed security and additional deterrence of crime was needed.
I made it clear on the campaign trail. I am going to use technology with transparency to keep this city safe. And others just weren't willing to do that, and I am.
Okay, so all right, so yeah, Aquarius, mad scientists, they're all about technology. There we go. You got, I don't know, I mean, I don't know how long they kept these things out, or if someone wants to update me with if this shit's still going on. Maybe they got washed away in that flood. I don't know. So, all right, let me see here. Next item on the list. And again, not just Aquarius, but that number 7 energy being about inventive and being about, you know, science and spirituality and kind of upgrading and that kind of thing. That is would fit into that also. Although you could argue, like, is it really an upgrade if you give this robot like the right to? I don't know if these particular robots have the shooting capability or something. I don't know what's going on, but that happened. Okay, other thing here, school slam for student teacher licking competition. That's lack of boundaries, right? And here's the thing, like with, you know, you like, okay, so you have Burning Man has like a orgy dome or whatever. That's lack of boundaries. That shows you how the negative manifestation of that Neptune energy. There is a lot of ways you could tie the Burning Man and hippie stuff to Neptune energy, and in fact, the word psychedelics, is that in here? Yeah. Psychedelics ends up having or what was it? Hold on. It might have been the word Neptune. Okay, so the word Neptune has the same numerical value as the word dream world, and the word dream world has the same numerical value as the word mysticism, which is what Neptune is about. Yeah, Burning Man matches the word dream world. I don't know if I mentioned that already. So there's a lot of ways you could slice this, but it's interesting too. The jazz music, the word jazz music matches the word Neptune. And you could look at the natal charts of. I'm not going to do it right now, but it seemed okay. Maybe I should do it. What happened to the? Speaking of music, what happened to the music? Hold on. All right. So real quick then, I might as well do it. I might as well do it if I can find it real quick. All right. So jazz. Look at Miles Davis. Real quick. Not going deep. Gonna be real Gemini-like about this. Ooh, my Gemini 10th house. Okay, so what do you see here? That same square, right? That same grand cross. This time, it's fixed like mine is. Although for me, like my sun sign is in Scorpio, my moon is in Leo, etc. But it's interesting. Actually, Miles Davis has the same life path number as me also. And some of my music is on the jazzy side, But the point is, if you look at his Neptune, because we're talking about Neptune, hey, it's part of that Grand Cross, so that means it's very powerful. That means when he is stubborn the proper way, he can get a lot of stuff done. It's like I said, it's like analogous to Saturn energy. So that's interesting about the Neptune component here. Also, let me bring back the other jazz artists that I got here. I believe it may have been Art Tatum. Let's check his chart real quick. And he's got the same kind of thing, right? It's the same Grand Cross. His is in cardinal signs, not fixed ones. So cardinal starts new things, fixed sticks with the established things, or is able to maintain a zone and a vibe and whatever, and then mutable adapts to other things. But the point is, it's another Grand Cross, and is one of the corners of it is Neptune. So I've shown you a number of ways now that numerology, like for example, even the word Art Tatum, and we're talking about a jazz pianist who's like one of the most popular jazz pianists ever. I might have covered this before in Amir's Gematria Adventures, but his name has literally the same numerical value as the word jazz pianist. And of course, this is not the first I've seen of this type of thing. The word saxophone ends up matching the word Wayne Shorter. Wayne Shorter plays saxophone on Miles Davis's Bitches Brew album. Maybe others too that I don't know, but his name matches saxophone in the Chaldean cipher. So, and a lot of these ciphers you can find from gematrinator.com. Some of them now have been, last I checked, they were monetized, or like you have to pay to get to see the Jewish cipher or something like that. Like if I go to select all, okay, hold on a sec. Yeah, so, and then select all. You can see here that the one that I pointed out earlier, or one of the ones that I pointed out earlier, was using the Jewish cipher. That used to be on this site, but now it is not. So, but before that, though, he had a offline version of the calculator, so that's why I'm able to still show you that. But regardless, let's not get lost in specifics here. I'm trying to show you a big picture of the year and the year's energy there. But if you do want to see a lot of the ciphers that I showed in this video, just go to gematrinator.com and click ciphers, and that full reduction is now known as reduction there. Anyway, so that's where you can see the Chaldean cipher. That one's still there, and that'll show you how the word Wayne Shorter matches the word saxophone. And there's a lot of these things. I'm going to come out hopefully with more gematria in the future, but let's get back into the Neptune thing here. And even the word Neptune even matches the word hibernation, which then matches the word crown chakra and primordial. If you're hibernating, you're sleeping. That's why the word hibernation matches the word dream world. So like, it's and then Pisces is about, maybe you could say more about the third eye chakra. I don't know, but crown chakra is above that one. So there's kind of the same general area. Interestingly, the word crown chakra has the same numerical value as the word totality. So there's that. So yeah, anything could be backed up by numbers. Let's get back on track here. So jazz music, back at the Neptune. All right. So yeah, student slam, school slam. This is what I wanted to say. Is like, this is how, and that probably went on a big tangent or whatever. But school slam for student teacher licking competition, and it's like, okay, the negative side. The reason I brought up the orgy dome in Burning Man is that the negative side of thinking like a Pisces in terms of all is one, like, oh, we're all one and everything's connected and it'll all work out in the end, and that kind of poetic shit. Like, that's fine as far as that goes, but if you're too much in your head, you won't be on the ground, and then you'll excuse some behavior that you otherwise shouldn't excuse. And like I said, I am a firm believer in the fact that the people can think in black and white too much sometimes. Like, that's, like I said earlier, my Mercury in black and white Sagittarius, my Uranus in black and white Sagittarius. But there are some things that you cannot forgive, and that there are some boundaries that you should maintain. And like my old friend said, even the cells in your body have a border. So you have a door on your home. You have a lock on it, hopefully. Like this is this whole live and let live thing. That's why it was the principal of the school that filmed this, I think, if I remember correctly. And I don't even know if I should click it, but like I said, I'm not going to click that one. But I'll describe to you what's in it. It's basically they had a plexiglass screen that was like I don't know, they had a plexiglass screen, and on one side they had shaving cream or not shaving cream, some sort of whipped cream or something that you can eat on there. And on the other side, they also had some whipped cream, and they would have a competition to see who can lick it off faster, the student from one side or the teacher on the other. So they're essentially just like licking each other. So that's lack of boundaries. That's ridiculous. That's like, if you're not in La La Land, you'd be like, okay, maybe someone should put a stop to this. But no, people are. It appears that people are so paralyzed by the groupthink and by the political correctness and whatever, that they're just not gonna. They're gonna wait till there's a backlash, a public outcry, before they're like, hey, maybe we made the wrong decision. All right. So that was Washington State. And like I said, everything that I have in here, you can, and I feel bad because earlier I did show you the clips of that where is it here? Yeah, the Backlash Against TV show where naked adults parade in front of kids. It ended up showing the people's asses. That for some reason that wasn't fucking censored. Now I'm sitting here wondering, is fucking YouTube gonna like ding my video or punish my video or something for that? Like, so I feel bad for not showing you this other shit with the school slam for student teacher licking competition. But like I said, anything that I say on here, you can access it from the Brain database. So if you go to my website, Potent News, click the Brain database, and then just type in the word Universal Year 7, you'll get to this shit right here. I mean, there's other things I don't really want to show either, like the transgender surgeries. Like, this video is about trying to show you quite how much lack of boundaries there was this year, but I don't want to you know, some of that stuff is so butchery. It's so horrific. Like, I'm not gonna do that to you. But it's in the Brain database, and you can click it there. So anyway, because like I said, that relates to the Mengele doctors. Joseph Mengele being born on the 16th. That 1 + 6 is 7. He died on the 7th. So that relates to all this. So next thing on the list that I will show you, this one might be, it's a lung transplant. So they're gonna show, there's gonna be some gruesome stuff. So heads up about that. But I'm gonna show this one. You know, Venus is in Scorpio right now, so you should be able to take it. Warning: disturbing images. Yeah. Okay, my bad. I thought they were going to have some words there or something. It seems like it's just the music. But here's what it says here. The world's first robotic lung transplant has been successfully carried out by a team of surgeons in Spain and a robot. Obviously, lung transplants are known for being complex operations with the patient's chest and ribs having to be cut through. Thanks to their new robot helper, the surgeons at Vall d'Hebron Hospital in Barcelona only had to make small incisions in the side of the ribcage, after which the robot's arms and 3D cameras took over, inserting a pre-deflated lung with the minimum of fuss. 65-year-old Xavier, the recipient of the lung, said, "From the moment I regained consciousness and woke up from the general anesthesia, I had zero pain. It's thought that because the new technique is far less invasive, patients will recover faster and have a better quality of life post-procedure." So one way this connects is the fact that it's a hospital. Hospitals do fall into the category of the 12th house, which is like the 12th sign Pisces. So there's that, and then also the other thing about the inventiveness and new scientific achievements and stuff like that that's associated with the number 7. Okay, so let us go to the next thing. Oh, where's that music though? Hold on. Did we already hear this? How long has this fucking recording been now? See, I said I didn't want to make it 4.5 hours. It looks like I failed. It looks it looks like it's gonna be 4.5 hours or some shit, maybe. Hopefully not. Let's see how fast I can wrap this up. This is getting ridiculous now. This is getting like intimidatingly long now. Nobody's gonna press play on this if they see fucking. Okay, let's. All right, let me choose a better, choose a different song though. It might not have been that I already played this, but I mostly only like the first half of this mix anyway, so whatever. Okay, where are we here? Too far back. Too far back. All right. Metalheads. This is nearing the... Yeah, it is going to have to be cut short unless I want to pause this and roll more joints, but... hold on. Let's see what I can cover here if I can go really fast. Let's see. Got that fast music back a little bit. Okay, so lung transplant performed by a robot in world's first. Yeah. Next thing, axe-wielding woman smashes up store. This one was also on the 24th. And here we go. And this again speaks to the illusions component of the Pisces energy and the 12th house. Like, mysticism is about lack of boundaries. That's where you can access, you know, the ability to forgive and stuff like that. But if the thing about Pisces energy is it is mutable, meaning that it's not cardinal starting things or fixed, it's sticking with the established vibe, but adapting. And that means if they adapt too much, then they'll snap. So here's a person who snapped. It appears, I mean, that's all the information I have about this situation, given this. So not much to say about this other than, you know, it shows that some people didn't look within enough. Maybe, I mean, that's all I can say. Like, otherwise you wouldn't do stuff like this. Moving on. Police forced to dig up road to free superglued activists. So this is one of the interesting kind of examples. I will show you this one. Like, it's ridiculous, right? This kind of activism, like any person who is... Hey, there's that 17 again. But, you know, like we said, Uranus takes 17 hours to rotate. And it rules a sign that's very much about activism and fighting for the little guy and whatever. Humanitarianism. But when it's done in a stupid way, then it's this. So... right, you get the idea. It's ridiculous. So there was that, and that again speaks to the lack of boundaries. Like that's why I like these examples, because they're like physical, like literally lack of boundaries. Like it's interesting that this kind of shit happens. Maybe it's that Saturn in Pisces making it more physical. I don't know. And here we got Satan Con 2023. And part of the reason here that I included this was not just that whole religious and mysticism component, but apparently they say here reclaiming the trans body. Oh, did I just do something there? Hold on. Let me do a Control Z. Okay. So I can't highlight this the way I wanted to, but you can see here, reclaiming the trans body. I'll just read this. SatanCon 2023 was a rousing success. It was a rousing success as Boston saw the quote largest satanic gathering in history, beating the record set by last week's session of Congress. I think that's like a joke. So Satanists banded together to enjoy such satanic activities as ripping up Bibles, burning pro-police flags, and attending lectures such as reclaiming the trans body and sins of the flesh, Satanism and self-pleasure. So like I said, a lot of these. Well, I don't know if I went into this actually. I did mention the Mengele doctors thing. Let me go back to that. Here, Mengele, whatever. So, like I said, Joseph Mengele was the angel of death, quote unquote. Evil Nazi doctor in Nazi Germany. He was, I said, born on the 16th, which is 7, died on the 7th. Then the word transgender itself ends up having the same numerical value as the word Joseph Mengele. So it's not just that these butcher doctors that are making lifelong medical patients, it's not just that what they're doing is kind of nuts, but the numerology shows that, you know, the word Mengele doctors matches the word Gay Pride Month. Literally, in this particular Gay Pride Month, there in 2023, it seemed to be one of the most boundary lacking ones that I've heard about. I mean, I don't go to these events or whatever, but like the stuff you see online. There was lots of photos of excessive nudity at these types of events, where there's like a 7-year-old child like right in front of a guy's dick basically, and like a policeman right there doing nothing. Then you can have you can see the if you go to the Canada section in my brain database, nudity laws in Canada, you have police admitting to the double standards here. Let me show you that real quick. All right. Where is this? Okay.
Sure, one moment.
Thank you. Ask a police officer a question.
Sure, one moment.
Thank you.
Thank you for calling.
Hi there. I was just looking to ask an officer a question. And then I got forwarded to you. Is there... I just want to make sure I'm not working outside of any laws or anything like that. If you want to be out in the street, you have to be fully clothed, and you can't be naked or anything like that, right?
Well, I mean, there are naked people running around on the street.
Okay. But is that against the law?
There would be some mental health issues.
Oh, okay. I agree with you on that one. I'm having a hard time. Yesterday I seen a bunch of people naked in front of children, and police officers, you know, seeing men with their penis out in front of kids, and I'm just wondering if that's acceptable.
Was that part of the Pride, you mean? Was that on the weekend?
Yeah, it was at the Pride Parade.
Yeah, so that's always the issue then each year. Yeah.
is that? What's the issue with that? Sorry.
Well, I mean, that happens every year.
Oh, so like it's kind of like it's okay for when it's at the Pride Parade, but not in other situations, obviously.
Exactly. I would say so.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you very much for your time.
Oh, you're very welcome.
Bye now.
Okay, so you get the picture with that. Double standards. You know, that's not what you would think if there's a nudity law, then whatever. But you know, that Neptune energy, the word Neptune, I think also matches the word two-faced, if I remember correctly. Let me find that. Yeah, let's type Neptune and bring that music back while I'm at it. Boom. All right. Yeah, two-faced. They're both, guess what? 38, which the Chaldeans say is the same as 29, right? And 47, right? And I'll remind you that, let's say, hold on, where is it? Chaldean numerology here from professionalnumerology.com. They look, if you look at there, they'll say the 38 is the same as the 29, like I said. And then for the 29, you say they say it is not a fortunate number. For the indication of future events, this number indicates uncertainties, treachery, and deception of others. It foreshadows trials, tribulation, and unexpected dangers, unreliable friends, and grief and deception caused by members of the opposite sex. It gives warning if it comes out in anything concerning future events. So it's interesting that that's the number that ends up matching it's interesting that that number is equated with 38, and that you find the number 38 in the word two-faced and the word Neptune. So, yeah, illusions. And all right. So where were we at here? Where were we? Let me go back to this one here. And I'll remind you, if you're appreciating this, if you're finding that the information I'm covering is not the type of stuff you would find somewhere else, do not hesitate. Do not hesitate to go to potentnews.com and click the donate button at the top, and then click the PayPal. And hopefully soon I'll have, probably by the time this Mercury retrograde is over, at least it'll start around the 13th of December or some shit. But by the time it's over, I'll have the Bitcoin thing ready there too. All right. So yeah, so that we went on a big detour there when we were talking about the trans stuff with this part of the Satan Con that was in this Universal Year 7. Did I say everything I wanted to say about that with the Mengel? Where was it? Okay, so, and by the way, I would just urge people to also familiarize themselves with this conversion therapy law in Canada. I'm not going to read this right now, but you can pause the screen and read it, and it's pretty alarming. I don't know if this is still in effect, but probably. So check it out. This is the type of stuff that probably fueled a lot of people's Million March for Children protest. All right, so which did occur on the number 7 universal month. So that means September 9th month, have the 9 with the 7, and that gives you 16, which is 1 plus 6, which is 7. So like I said, same month as the Burning Man disaster. you had this storm Daniel. I'll read this real quick. Why not get to it now? It's right in front of my face. So this storm Daniel, I say this because this is all water. Like Pisces is water, and this particular storm, which caused the Libya flood, which destroyed 2 dams, and was quite troublesome for them. This particular storm, it said that this storm Daniel, also known as Cyclone Daniel, was the deadliest and costliest Mediterranean tropical-like cyclone ever recorded, as well as the deadliest cyclone worldwide since Cyclone Nargis in 2008. It was also the deadliest weather event of 2023 to date, and I forget when I added this in here, but it's interesting that it started on the 4th of September. They're saying here that 4 is connected to Uranus Aquarius energy. And like we said, Aquarius mad scientists on the negative side, being a little too mad. And okay, so let's get back to the Universal Year 7 here. Let's watch this real quick. Or hold on, no, I was trying to figure out, was there more stuff about the Mengel doctors situation that we cover in here? Okay, let's hold on. Bear with me. So yeah, you saw the stuff about the 7 being found in his date of birth and date of death of Joseph Mengel. You saw the person speaking to the police officer saying that they look the other way when it comes to nudity at the Gay Pride Month. You saw that the word Mengel doctors matches the word Gay Pride Month in the numerology. Also, the word transgender ends up matching the word homosexual in the keypad cipher. But even as I'm reading this, I gotta to do justice to the situation. I gotta say there is gays against groomers on Twitter. There is that is an account you could follow on Twitter, and so I would say good for them, because they're trying to keep the hands off the children and shit like that, and they understand that things have crossed the line a little too much with all these the drag queen story hour and things of that nature. So okay, anything else about the Mengel doctors? Like I said, if you actually want to see the work of these Mengel doctors, just go to that section of the database, click the Dr. Lupis, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly, tweets there. Also, there's the dark and perverted roots of gender ideology. If you want to click that from Red Ice, they'll have a few interesting tidbits. While we're at it, I'll say that the word stranger end has the same letters as the word transgender. Let me see if this meme works out. Last time this website was giving me trouble, but yeah. So a lot of people have seen stuff like this. Let me just make it a little smaller in case my video is blocking that. Okay, so yeah, it's okay, she's transgender. And, do you think that's okay? Right? So is that why the word the stranger literally has the same numerical value as the word transgender in the Chaldean cipher? And the word stranger end, like someone like this is on the stranger end of things. It's funny how the numerology works out sometimes. So I think that was what I wanted to cover there. I would highly recommend people check out, the Groomer Schools podcast there by James Lindsay. That'll give you some context about this situation, which will have nothing to do with astrology, likely, or numerology or whatever. So you can see what's happening with the literature surrounding this subject from his analysis. Okay, so I'll leave it at that for that part. And now let's check out this, because of the fact that they mention reclaiming the trans body.
They force them to become mere vessels. They deny us our freedom to practice our religion and suffocate us with theirs.
So this was the SatanCon 2023. And they got the mask.
Looks like what? I was the...
All right, so yeah, it's I don't even know what to say about this. Like, it's like I said, a lot of the religious people were the ones that stood up for my ability to breathe and buy sandwiches without a mask and stuff like that, and to avoid being jabbed with a experimental mRNA technology kind of thing. So I try not to see things in black and white, but I had to include this in this presentation because it is about changes that we're seeing in mysticism. People should know that there are a lot more of these Satanists out there right now. You might want to know that, because there is significant overlap with Satanism and transhumanism and stuff like that. Even libertarianism. Like, it's all just like different degrees of kind of the same thing, more or less. So I don't want to see things in black and white. I'm sure a lot of these people would also oppose the masks. Who knows? But well, not that guy. But anyway, so you get the picture. A lot of hey, let me do what I want to do kind of thing. That's that rebel kind of behavior of Aquarius. And so let's move on to the next kind of thing here. Fury after trans students attack on girls caught on video. So yeah, again, Saturn and Pisces reality checks about people's delusions. Here's a male who is calling himself a female, and because of the fact that he calls himself a female, he gets to be physically violent here with an actual female. So that's the clown world we live in at this time. Hold on, let me turn off the music, and if you want to hear this. It's sad. This shit is sad as fuck. Okay. Okay, so this is, yeah, you could. Ridiculous. Alright, you get the idea. Ridiculous. Just like absolutely insane. Um, so I mean, it's all levels. Like genocide is also insane, and that's happening. Like it's hard to know what to focus on, right? But like this kind of foreshadowed that Million March for Children that happened in September 20th, right? This was the fifth month of May, I think January, February, March, April, May. So that was May 4th that this video came out, and that foreshadowed the Million March for Children, kind of like I said earlier, the fact that this train accident in East Palestine that at least one journalist was arrested for trying to cover. The fact that it was called Palestine kind of foreshadowed the later genocide in Gaza that's ongoing, as far as I know. So, where was I? Did I go too far here? Okay. So, next item on the list, AI is converting normal photos into nude pictures. I don't think this one was Russia Today, so I can't remember if this was censored. I'm not going to click that. You get the picture. AI is causing a lot of changes. While we're on that topic, let me just real briefly throw up this headline. I have not actually read this article yet. How Israel uses an AI genocide program to obliterate Gaza. And it says, hold on, if we see the original, the subheading there, according to whistleblowers, Israel's AI system is generating targets so fast based on inputs so broad that everyone in Gaza is in the crosshairs. So that's an example of illusions and lack of boundaries, and being in La La Land, and being overly dependent on AI and shit like that. So hopefully we'll see less of that. And so yeah, AI with that Pluto and Aquarius making a lot of changes. And then here we have another invention kind of thing. According to the company's website, and this was from May 10th. According to the company's website, a novel form of transportation that is being touted as the world's first flying bike has officially launched in Japan at a cost of nearly $555,000. Okay, and the X Turismo, a 12-foot-long luxury air cruiser inspired by the Star Wars universe, has been created by Airwinds, an aircraft manufacturer. All right, like I told you, Star Wars came out on a LifePath 9 date, and that's, like we said, that's because 9 is connected to Mars and Pluto, and Mars is about war, partly. So, and here you have this world's first flying bike inspired by a movie. So it's that overlap between the Pluto and Aquarius stuff and that number 7 Neptune energy. It literally came from a movie, but it's the Pluto and Aquarius type of energies that would have led to something like this development, the world's first flying bike. And again, this was May 10th, so this would have been within that Pluto and Aquarius time. This screenshot was from a portion of the AstroSeek website. So yeah. So let's check that out. It's gonna be loud, I think. Brace yourself. before I go on to the next one, like I said, Star Wars. So not only did it come out in the Life Path 9 date, this Star Wars, but the word George Lucas ends up matching the word Burning Man. I don't know if we mentioned that earlier. And the word Dream World and the word mysticism. So and here you have even okay. So the word baby fucker matches the word mysticism, and this is what I'm trying to say, is that if you just go by the all is one stuff, you will you'll be divorced from the ground, and you'll just excuse stuff that should not be excused down here. So even the word baby fucker matches the word pedophilia. And even we all have heard about Jeffrey Epstein. Well, he's an Aquarius, right? And we said how they could be perverts before, but also he was working with that Ghislaine Maxwell was his mate or whatever, and there's like Netflix documentaries about maybe both of them, or I can't remember if it was, I'm pretty sure both, but she's a Life Path 9 also. And even all this stuff about 29, like her Saturn apparently is almost at 29 degrees. It's at the 28 and 57, like real fucking close. But even the place that she was born, 2 degrees 9 east, I don't know how to read those coordinates, but you see a 29 there, kinda. Also, this 18 bullshit with 1 plus 8 is 9, and the 18 being prone to, like we said, injuries, but it's like a Virgo degree, but also war, right? So she's got her Leo in the 18th degree. Her Neptune in Scorpio is at the 12th degree, which is a Pisces degree. So Neptune rules Pisces, so for it to be at 12th degree is like big news, kind of like I said well, okay, I'm just going to leave it at that. Well, no, kind of like how I said the Neptune, when it stopped going retrograde earlier a few days ago, was at also a Pisces degree. Right? I said that earlier. 24th degree here. Both the 12th and the 24th degree are Pisces degrees. All right, so there you have more of numbers, the same kind of numbers being found in all the things that, or whatever. You get what I'm saying. So let's go on to the next thing, or let's hear this loud ass shit. Okay, cover your ears. Okay, we saw that one, and here's another one. Even that music is kind of Aquarian. Like alright, I'm gonna leave it to that. So the future is here. Who knows? If like 3 months of Pluto and Aquarius brought us this kind of shit, imagine what 20 years is going to do. That's all I have to say. Like, I don't know. I'm not trying to hype it up too much, but, that AI art, the chat GPT, this thing, it's insane. This stuff is next level. Okay. So next thing on the list here. Oh, okay. Gang of TikTokers storm into strangers' homes in terrifying new trend. So this is basically like, you know, more a Clockwork Orange type shit, more of the type of shit we kind of saw in the Baltimore riots, like back in 2015. But like now it's like there's multiple examples of this. I think it's the same guy in both examples that I'm going to show you, but here it is literally like you can't. This is yet another one of the examples that are physical, where it's actually a lack of boundaries, like right there.
James? Come to the front door right now, please.
James? James? Hi. You man, come.
Hello, James.
We need to speak to James.
James.
Hi.
James.
Is this where the study group is?
No. No. What door number is this? No.
Study group. Wait, this is not where the study group is?
got kids, man.
Oh, you got kids? Oh, sorry. Oh, I thought this was the study group. I actually thought. And this is study. Get into random houses. Let's go.
Okay, so that's it. Like, you know, breaking into people's houses is like a fad, I guess. And this was May 19th. Let's go on to the next thing. Electric scooter explodes while being ridden. You could say that's. You could say I'm stretching there about saying, okay, this is lack of boundaries because the fuel that should be in one area of the machine went and spilled over somewhere else, or whatever is supposed to be powering it didn't do it right, so it broke, and so that's lack of boundaries. But it's still worth noting, like amid all of this other stuff, all these other scientific achievements that's like connected to the number 7, us being propelled into there, like I said, this other flying car you just saw was inspired by Star Wars, which is a movie type thing, and movies are kind of like the fantasy world, and that's Neptune energy. So it's interesting seeing the overlap. I feel bad for that guy. I've never actually ridden in one of these scooters, but anyway, my throat chakra is starting to hurt now because I didn't think it would be this long again. But you know what? I'm more happy with this take, this 4.5 hour take or whatever the hell, than the other one the other day. I feel like this is a better video. And okay, so is there? Yeah. All right, whatever. That's too loud. I'm just gonna move on to the next thing. You get the idea. And you know what? Even let's say a scooter. I mean, this story would even fit with the Mercury component because, as we said, both Neptune and Mercury are associated with the number 7. And Mercury rules Gemini, which is about the neighborhood and short distance travel. So these things, I've seen them all over, not near my neighborhood, but like around the city. I've never actually ridden on them. It's very strange to me. Given all the bicycle accidents that I've had, I kind of am averse to this kind of stuff. But okay, so the next thing is TikTok prankster Mizzy charged after hijacking train. So same shit, same shenanigans.
Hey, what? How did you get in there? Hey, let me get in here. You outside? Hey, hey, the man, let's go. We outside. Hello, can I call the police? The people on the train. Reality is a loser. How is it? Hey,
Alright,
how did you get there? Hey, let me get in here.
so that's more of that. I don't know what else to say about that. Interesting that that was on the 29th day. I don't know if that means that the video is from the same day. I don't know, but alright, moving on. A Utah elementary school bans Utah elementary school bans Bible. Oh, that might be. I might have misspelled that. That might have been bans Bible for being pornographic, quote unquote. So let's check that out. Yeah, bans. After conservative parents in Utah pushed the government to ban pornography for under 11s, which in a sane world is not something that would be controversial, liberal parents have been furiously searching for something to ban in return. In their sights, naturally, was the Holy Bible, King James Version, which, in addition to its message of peace, love, and Jesus, one day returning to pull a sword out of his mouth and start kicking ass, it's, in Revelations, also contains plenty of smiting and begetting. The Davis School District has therefore banned the Bible on the grounds of vulgarity or violence after a liberal parent complained, possibly after feeling a burning sensation while in the holy book's presence. The district also justified banning the Bible on the grounds that they weren't teaching it anyway, has no serious values for minors, and for being, quote, pornographic. We're still not ruling out that someone misheard the word vulgate. Okay, I don't understand that, but so anyway, there's more of the rebellious Pluto and Aquarius and that Saturn and Pisces stuff, reality checks about religion and what people really think about religion and things like that. So again, this number 2023 year is about looking within, and that way in 2024. Although that is Saturn, which is ruling a sign that is Earth, which is Yin. Earth is Yin energy, receptive, feminine. It's still what was I trying to say here? It's still less about looking within. It's more about business and stuff like that with that number 8 energy. The Capricorn. See, if the Capricorn is looking within properly, then they'll be honoring the opposite of their sign, which is Cancer, which is more about the home and family and recharging your batteries. If you don't recharge your batteries and you get burnt out, then you'll pay the price later. So that's why I mentioned many times that the word Capricorn matches the word heart health and rose quartz. All right, so next thing, Turkey blocks OnlyFans. Kind of a smart move, you could say. And I've we did hear about I think Russia banning transgender surgeries or something like that. Don't quote me on that, but I think that happened at some point. So yeah, that's OnlyFans is kind of the negative manifestation of Aquarius, you could say. The too much hive mind, like nothing is sacred and everything's kind of, you just go with convenience, and if it's convenient, then you go with that. That's Aquarius on the negative side. But yeah, it's interesting that the Turkey blocked OnlyFans. And okay, let's go on to the next. And I don't know. It says in the. Hold on, let me go back to this. I'll read the whole thing right now. Bad news for e-thoughts. You won't be able to con desperate men in Turkey out of their rent money anymore. That's according to media reports, which suggest the country has blocked OnlyFans in response to a petition by conservatives on the citizens platform Simmer. According to the petition, OnlyFans encourages society to make to make easy money with immoral methods, and that if drastic measures are not taken against such platforms, public morals and the Turkish family structure will be eroded and eventually degenerate. While there has been no official word from Ankara on blocking the controversial adult site, Turkish media confirmed difficulties accessing it. Meanwhile, some OnlyFans creators have urged their fans in Turkey to start using VPNs and on no account to go out and get a girlfriend, as that would mean they no longer get to bleed them dry. Now, one thing I want to say about this in relation to the Neptune energy is having spent all the time that I've spent in the last 3 years on the streaming sites like POF, not the nude bullshit like the fucking OnlyFans or anything, but the Plenty of Fish streaming, and the Bigo was one of the Chinese apps that allows streaming. Having been in that environment, most of those seem to be simp cults for me, and that is why I find it interesting that the word simp cult matches the word dream world also, and that's in the most simple method of geometry that you can imagine. The most simple gematria method there is, which is hold on a second. Here it is. This is around the time that the computer crapped out on me before too. Hold on. Let me just wait for the computer. I don't want to push the computer too fast. Now it says not responding. Okay. Alright, I'm going to close this for the RAM here, this part. Oh, come on. It's even not letting me close it. Alright. I'll be patient here. Okay. Alright, so I will close. Hold on, let me check which hour we're in here again with this. We're on the Mercury. Okay. Alright, I'll close that one. I'll close this one. This is the new moon coming up. I'll leave that, whatever. I'll close this. Alright, so basically the word simp cult is 113. And if in this particular cipher, let me make sure that's not blocked by my video, okay? Yeah. So in this cipher, which is just A to Z, is 1 to 26. That's the easiest one. It's the most simple one. Right? Like I mentioned, the other one was 10 becomes 1 plus 0, which is 1. This is just 1 to 26. And if you do that, you get a value of 113 for the word simp cult, just like you would get if you put in the word dream world and calculate what that would be. It would be a 113 also. Whoops. Okay, so yeah, 113 in the English ordinal cipher. And there is so much with the number 113 and the Neptune energies. I don't know if I have the time. Let me click this. Let me see if right. So by the way, since this is here, I'll show. So the word mental breakdown even has the same numerical value as the word mysticism. Right, and that's why that shows you the overlap with the 12th house there, because mysticism is what Neptune is about. Neptune rules Pisces in the 12th house, and the 12th house can include jails and psych wards and things like that. So there's that. But what was I trying to show you here? Was it up and down? It might have been in the Pisces section. So let me get to Neptune again. Go to Pisces. You know what? The easiest way would be for me to just write 113. And that'll pull up the tags. Anything I've tagged with 113, boom, there it is. So from various ciphers, all of these things sum to the numerical value of 113. So it's Pisces energy. Like, so anybody who has a lot of Pisces energy might even have this there too. In their name somewhere. But so you can see, for example, also like so the word illusions equals 113, right? And the word dishonest equals 113. And the word fiction equals 113. So again, it's not that it's bad. It's that it's about that mysticism energy and the imagination and things like that. So that's what's going on there. Okay, so let me get back to this. So yeah, long story short, it's interesting that the word simp cult matches the word what was it again? Let's find that again. Simp cult, yes. 113. Dream world, 113. So, it's I don't know what else to say. I do know there's a lot of things I want to say about that, but I'm not going to say it at this time. Moving on. So then you have here images show scale of flooding from Kakovka Dam. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly. And I gotta take a piss soon, so you know what? Hold on. Let me just take a piss and honor that, because that is the Taurus way. Jupiter in Taurus. All right, and I'm back. And so I got myself refreshed some water and made another joint. So I think that's what was missing. I think a little bit that's what was missing. But I'm going to wrap this up soon because I want to try to release this before, I'll hopefully upload it before midnight, because otherwise I'll be on a number 2 personal day. And then that'll be not as good time to release it. But so I'm going to try to wrap this up real quick. Right now it's like 10:28 p.m. where I am. Okay, so you can really see that smoke in the because of that ring light. Alright, well, let's take a quick tiny music break. Alright. Alright, so back in the zone. And what did I want to show here? Let's see this. Okay. So images show scale of flooding from Kakovka Dam. I don't know how to pronounce that. And so just anything to do with water, again, is just this whole theme of water. Like you have it here with the dam. I mean, if floods happen, they happen probably like maybe every. I don't know how often they happen, but this thing was weird. Like there's probably some shenanigans with this situation, but just the whole, like I said, Burning Man flood, Libya flood, this flood. Like this is ridiculous. This before and after pic, like this is crazy. Look at this. Yeah, so, and I hope I have the new. I was going to cover the New York thing. I think that's in here also. There's a flood in New York. Okay, so then here another the next one chronologically at June 11th, a flying car seen over Yellow River in China. So more of this flying car stuff. So yeah, it says here the best part of the movie Fifth Element, the flying vehicles, has made it into reality. An electric car seen flying over the Yellow River in China turned out to be an Xpeng X2, the latest flying vehicle developed by Asia's largest eVTOL electric vertical takeoff and landing company. Is paying, I don't know how to pronounce that, HT. The two-seater, which has a top speed of 180 kilometers per hour, is suitable for low-altitude flights and short commutes in congested urban areas. It is equipped with two driving modes, manual and automatic, and powered by 8 electric motors, yet leaves behind no carbon dioxide emission. I don't care about that. But although the idea to fly freely around the city without being stuck in traffic sounds unbelievable indeed, one question remains: where are the wheels? So I guess whatever. So point is, there's flying cars. There's flying cars now. That's what's happening. That's all I got to say about that. Okay, trans model goes topless on White House lawn at Biden-backed event. I think you all saw that already. That's old news. I'm not going to make you see that again. Okay, so Ontario woman fooled by a bank scam call and loses $12,000. So this whole illusions thing and lack of boundaries and, you know, that fits in with this. Same as what we said earlier about the AI what was it? The journalist uses AI voice to break into own bank account. So there seems to be quite a bit of the scams going on, all sorts of scams. As I said, the word kleptomaniac has the same numerical value as the word Pisces, if I remember correctly. Let's check that again. What? Oh, didn't write it correctly. Hold on. Yeah. So from the Jewish reduction cipher, which is probably one of the monetized ones now, you will see the word kleptomaniac match the word Pisces. And I can't remember if I showed you that before, but I don't care. I'm just going to move on. So what else? Hold on. I feel like there was another thing there I wanted to show about the Pisces with this. What was it? Yeah, the thief thing. Thievery. Right? So devotion is a big thing for Pisces, and the word devotion has the same numerical value as the word thievery if you reverse the alphabet. And the word victim also. So that goes along with the victim complex thing about Pisces, or savior complex. And in the Chaldean cipher, the word Pisces literally matches the word thief. I'll show you that cipher. I've done it before. Hopefully the computer won't crap out on me again. Bear with me, bear with me. My Gemini, my Chiron in Gemini means I'm always on broken technology, so bear with me. See? Okay, so what was it here? What was I trying to... What was it I was going to show you? I was going to show... Yeah, the word Pisces and thief. So, Pisces... In the Chaldean cipher right here, it looks like this. Let me make sure my video is not covering that up. Okay. And so in this cipher, the number 9 is omitted. Here, let me turn down the music a little bit. I know it's already, the music is lower in the actual recording than what I'm actually hearing now, because I checked it out earlier and that's how it did that, but or that's what it appeared like earlier. So I hope you're still able to hear the music a little bit, but so the word thievery, or the word thief, in this cipher, the Chaldean cipher, which has no number 9 in there, and you can see that it's not like 1 2 3 4 5. It's like 1 2 3 4 5 8 3 5 1 1 2 3 4 5 7 8 1 2 3 4 6 6 6, and then 5 1 7. So it's kind of randomish. Nothing is random, but you know, compared to the other ciphers, I really like the Chaldean one, and so you know, thief ends up being also 23. So there you have it. And the Jewish reduction cipher, here, I'll show you the... Might as well show that again. Actually, no, I don't care. It's, I don't care enough. But you get the picture. Also, the word crime has the same numerical value as the word abuse. That's crime and abuse. That's one thing. And, alright, so... And the word actually, okay, the word thievery, I already pointed out, matches the word victim. Alright, we're good. Okay, so anything else I want to mention here in relation to that? No. Alright. Now, so the next thing here, well, or the thing that I was just trying to show you, I didn't click on it, I just read the headline. Ontario woman fooled by bank scam call, loses 12,000. There's a number of these things that I have on this list, and it seems it's not playing right now. I think that's because of the software. It might play this way. A freaking ad. Okay, come on now. All right.
Scam phone calls from fraudsters trying to get our credit card and banking information.
They may also pretend to be with your bank. Last year, Canadians lost almost $7 million to the bank investigator scam. Our Pat Foran explains. On Consumer Alert, Pat.
Michelle and Nathan, vishing is when voice phone calls are used in a scam. You could get a call from someone pretending to be with your bank. They say to protect your money, you need to transfer it out of your account. A woman from Stony Creek lost $12,000 this way.
He had it set up that the fraudsters were TD employees hacking the account.
Amanda Law of Stony Creek says it was in November when she got a phone call from someone claiming to be with her bank.
He was able to list my name, my bank account info, how much I had on my credit card. So I really believe that it was TD.
Law was told her account was compromised by employees at her branch, and to save her money, she should withdraw her funds and send it to the bank using Bitcoin.
I was panicking. He knew the branch number, he knew my address, he seemed to know everything, which is why I fell into it.
Law was scammed out of $12,000. When she complained to TD, the bank told her the individual responsible had access to your financial information. You are responsible for protecting it under terms in your agreement. Your request for reimbursement has been declined.
It's more than likely that her information was sold on the dark web. So they know her name, the bank that she's using. They probably have her whole life story.
Mutari Software is a company that has created a voice traffic filter to stop scam phone calls for businesses.
There's different types of scams, but the financial scam is one of the biggest ones where they actually have you moving money around.
To avoid vishing scams, be suspicious of callers wanting sensitive information. Be wary of calls that are unknown or automated. Beware of threatening scare tactics. And if someone claims to be with your bank, hang up and call back using the bank's public phone number. Law feels the bank should refund the money she was scammed out of and worries about the future.
I'm terrified to use apps. I'm terrified to check emails. I'm terrified to click on anything.
And to stop scam callers, you can also download apps that will block spam and unwanted robocalls. Some of the apps are free and some you will pay for, but none will completely stop every call, so you still have to be on guard. On your side, I'm Pat Foran.
All right, so that was June 14th, like right in the middle of the number 7 year. So there you have it. And next thing is Canada Border Services Agency shows off largest ever seizure of meth. And let's see that. And the thing that was interesting about this, what was it? Or it might have been a similar thing. Another thing that was on a Canadian government website or something. But you know, this whole thing, largest ever. Like, this is what I mean about the Neptune energy being connected to the number 7 in Pisces. Or the number 7 energy of 2023 being connected to Neptune and Pisces being often into drugs. So, and that goes with the altered states component of Pisces and all that, and the escapism and this kind of thing. So the largest ever, and you can tie this also to the Saturn in Pisces, right? Reality checks about this kind of altered states problem, this drug problem. Now the thing that I'm thinking of was, hopefully, I think it's to the next thing on the list, or if not the next one, we'll get to it. That's fine. I'll leave this for now. Okay, so pilot safely lands plane after. Should be a plane. Okay. Pilot safely lands plane after huge bird crashes through windscreen. So cover your eyes if you don't want to see that. It's censored, but not censored enough. So here we go. Venus in Scorpio should let you be able to take it. There we go. So So there you have it. Literally, this is another one of those examples of things literally merging, and I do not know how often of an occurrence this is. Maybe this happens more often than I think. Maybe it's just technology helping us know what's going on at any given moment is the only reason you're seeing this in this video. I don't know, but it's weird stuff. I feel bad for that bird, but it's weird stuff. Good thing this guy was able to land this plane. Here it says footage of a pilot miraculously keeping his cool in the face of a giant bird carcass and a smashed windscreen has gone viral. Squadron leader Ariel Valiant, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly, can be seen covered in blood, the remains of what's thought to be an Andean condor hanging in front of him as he guides his plane to safety in Los Rios province, Ecuador, looking remarkably unfazed by the ordeal. So, that's another example of the number 7 energy and things literally merging. Like we said, there was the guy who glued his arm into the road, right? There was that. There was the what was the other one that was like this? The student teacher licking competition. That's a little too close for comfort there. And I feel like there was another one. Yeah, the Dalai Lama. That was definitely another one. And I guess, yeah, that journalist uses AI voice to break into own bank account. Anyway, moving on. So we've been through all this. We saw the pilot safely land this. Pilot safely lands plane after huge bird crashes through windscreen. Next thing, June 26, customers upset after spotting ants near the sandwiches at local Tim Hortons. So that's kind of the La La Land, Pisces, hippie, lazy kind of thing there. Like I said, the opposite of Pisces is Virgo. Most likely the person serving these sandwiches is not a Virgo. I'm just gonna say that. You can see these ants even on this like shitty phone camera thing here on this freaking website. You know, I'll go to the bigger version. So that's another example of lacking boundaries. Like those things don't belong there. Okay, moving on. Government of Canada announces, this is the one I was thinking about earlier, from the official government website. Government of Canada announces more than $1.8 million to help address harms related to substance use in Guelph, Ontario. So that's literally Pisces energy from the 1.8, because 18 is the 18th tarot card, which is the moon, which has been connected to Pisces. The moon also rules, in astrology, the moon rules Cancer, but both Pisces and Cancer are water signs. So all the water signs are kind of psychic a little bit, and stuff like that. And to see this 18 be found in the amount of money the government of Canada used to address a drug problem, that's the kind of thing I mean about the overlap between these numbers and how you see them play out like this. A lot of people think synchronicities are just like, for you and whatever, but I don't know if I'm describing this correctly, but like, you get what I'm saying. There's the stamp of a number or basically the number pertaining to a card which is about Pisces energy ends up showing up in the amount of money the government of Canada ends up issuing out to deal with a Pisces-related problem. So, and that's not because anybody in this bureaucracy decided to fucking consult tarot about this and find that the 18th tarot card was the moon. That's not why. It's like a coincidence kind of synchronicity thing. There's no coincidences. Nothing is random. But you get what I'm saying. This is how it works out. I don't know if some would call this synchromysticism or what, but whatever. It's interesting. Yeah, so let's and how that relates to the number 7 energy. I put out a quick thing for that there. As I wrote, and this is something I wrote apparently 15 weeks ago. As I wrote in a previous post, Saturn retrograde in Pisces would reflect rethinking drug policies. Since Saturn is about reality checks, Pisces can be about drugs or altered states escapism. It appears Guelph has proven me right. So yeah, everything I just told you. Okay, moving on. Ontario senior loses $16,500 to bank investigator scam. So more of this illusions scam stuff. This kind of kleptomaniacs related stuff. There's that same woman again, but that's a link to that article actually from a different. Okay, my mistake. So yeah, I can't remember if there was some sort of voice cloning thing that was used with this, but you know, you get the picture. A lot of scams is the point. Moving on to the next thing. Ontario man out $8,000 in a scam that uses AI to mimic voice of friends and family. Right, so this is even in August 23rd. That would have been after. That would have been after we got a break from the Pluto and Aquarius stuff, that mad scientist Aquarius stuff. And you know, Pluto rules Scorpio, which is a good detective. So, you know, Scorpio is all about secrets. So yeah, you would think that it'd be easy. I don't know. I guess the Pluto in Aquarius laid down the foundations of people getting scammed for in more innovative ways, right? Like if they're using the AI to mimic the voice of your friends and family, like you all thought it was just, a lot of people probably thought it was just the AI art and whatever, but those kinds of developments came out of what you could say, like I said, 3-month period of Pluto and Aquarius compared to 20 years. You can expect to see more stuff like this, is what I would say. And yeah, let's move on. My throat chakra is hurting, so I want to get this shit over with. And people have been getting unexpectedly, this one's an interesting one, unexpectedly sprayed with ink on Toronto streets this summer, police say. And that one was actually released on the 7th day also. That was published. So there's another connection to 7 there. But, you know, that's lack of boundaries. Even you could say, if you want to say that's the Mercury end of things, Mercury rules prankster Gemini. Gemini could be a prankster sometimes. So that fits with that. But in terms of the water, like I wrote here, squids also spray ink and are in water, just like Neptune, Pisces, fish's energy. So there's that. Then we have FBI warns of charity scammers amid Israel-Hamas war. That was actually published on a Tuesday, which is connected to Mars and war. And it was also on the 7th of November. So I forget, I think this one was, I forget which side of which charities they're talking about or for which side or whatever, but that was a topic of discussion. It fits in with everything else. I mean, yeah, the truth is the first casualty of war But nowadays with all this extra technology, you really gotta watch out. So, and then okay, so China deploys freaking laser beams to keep drivers awake. This was on the 10th of November. And what is awakeness? That's like kind of Uranus Aquarius thing, being awake. But to stop you from sleeping, like sleeping is the dream world, and that's the Pisces thing. So you can see right here that, again, the interplay between both of those energies somehow coming together like this. Like, who knows how safe it is to have these laser beams? I don't know if that's what you want to be doing there, but that's a thing now. Trudeau loves China. Who knows? Maybe if he somehow sticks around. No, he's not going to stick around more. Like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if Pierre Poilievre, he's a life path 8. We're moving into a life path. We're moving into a number 8 universal year, with 2024 being 2 plus 0 plus 2 plus 4, which is 8. So that seems to resonate with his life path number. Also, I think I should mention Maxime Bernier. His People's Party, I think, was started on a life path 7 date. Let me just go to the life path 7 area of my database here. Yeah, People's Party of Canada, life path 7. So that might explain also why he's significantly popular this year. There's a lot more things I want to say about both of these individuals, but I'll keep it short. I'll just leave it at that for now. Alright. So, okay, so China deploys freaking laser beams to keep drivers awake. Then we have a British museum starts identifying Roman emperor as trans. And they note in this that it's most likely that it's, just because it's popular to do so now. But albeit that it's probably accurate that this Roman emperor may have been into some weird stuff like that, but that it's probably just being changed at the museum now just because it's trendy to get into this kind of identity politics stuff now. Okay, so I'll leave that one. And hopefully I won't get shut down and canceled for saying that last thing. Anyway, here's another thing. Gang of teens ransack LA Nike store. That was on the 22nd of November here, and that's more a Clockwork Orange type stuff. So yeah, I don't know what else to say about this. It's saying here, in what is becoming a depressingly regular occurrence, a mob was caught on camera raiding a Nike store in LA on Sunday. Blah blah blah. So there's more of the thievery component of Pisces, you could say, and in the definition of kleptomaniac, I think, if I'm not mistaken, they say that people often take things of little or no value. You can see these people are not trying to go for a cash register or anything like that, and they're just, and again, you could tie this to the Gemini neighborhood kind of prankster thing as well. So yeah, it's interesting, like we said, that the Mercury rules Gemini and Virgo. Virgo is the opposite of Pisces. So this is why I say, hold on, excuse me. This is why, like, you know, Virgo is connected to your income and your work ethic and stuff like that. Because if you did have more of an income, you probably wouldn't do stuff like this. And that's why Pisces is connected to thievery. So you can see what's going on. It's ridiculous. A clockwork orange. Okay, so I think we're getting close to the end here. I think that's it. Yeah, and the UFOs and the strange white balloons, confusion. Confusion's a component to Neptune energy also. So yeah. I feel like there was a bit more here in the brain box I got. 12 charged in connection with auto theft and insurance fraud ring. Fake AI generated woman at tech conference. Agenda causes. Okay, whatever. Thousands stolen from bank and wireless customers in fraud scam. Yeah, let's check that one out real quick, just so I can read the full title. Ah, no, it's making me transfer the thing into the thing before I do that. Okay, whatever. So I'm just going to leave it at that. So it turns out that it ended up being another 4.5 hour video. That's fine, though. Because this is the best I can do. Like, I can't... I don't know. This did have a lot of stuff. A lot of these headlines I collected slowly over time, so this was bound to be significantly long. But... you know, I think I still honored the Jupiter and Taurus component of the current chart right now, which is calling me to take a piss when I have to take a piss and get more water when I need, you know, that kind of shit. So hopefully I did a good job. If you guys enjoyed this, then again, do not hesitate. Do not hesitate to go to potentnews.com, click the donate button, and donate so that I can make more videos like this. Or send me a message either from the contact form or one of the social media things or something saying you want to purchase a tarot reading or an astrology reading. So if that is something that you're interested in. And thank you so much for watching. I'm glad I actually completed this. Hopefully, when my computer crapped out earlier, it did not cause some sort of malfunction and cut some stuff out. I think I'm just going to publish this. I don't have time to sit and watch the whole thing and make sure everything was good. So if there's some audio issues, let me know. And so yeah, that's it. Thank you for watching this, and check out potentnews.com.